Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, July the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So in the main room, you guys can hear me and see my screen. And thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, a ton of stuff happening today. Where to begin? A lot of earnings plays, as I said there would be today. A lot of earnings after hours yesterday and this morning before the market opened. My screen is, my little window here is all full, and there'll be more because I have some filters in here preventing some from coming in. So let's take a look at a few of them. SYM, I almost took this one in the free market, but I did not. But this is an earnings play, SYM. Big gap down on earnings. 23 down 23%, 24% right now. A lot of volume already. Before I keep going though, SMRT, this, I wish it weren't down so much. SMRT, let me see if I can find it. SMRT is right here. So the CEO is turfed. They are, let's see, the CEO steps down and the company suspends their previous FY24 guidance. Never a good sign, guys. So SMRT down 22%. A lot of shares available to short, 16 million at Interactive Brokers. I wish it weren't down. I wish it were a more expensive stock right now. And another absolute disaster. Yeah, somebody pointed this one. QXO. Man, oh man. I did see this, but for some reason I thought it was some kind of a penny stock. But yeah, QXO down 82%. And this at one point, not that long ago, was up to almost $300. Now, and again, before I keep going, if you guys were in the room yesterday, you know that I was talking about NIPG at length. So look what happened after hours yesterday. So the big level yesterday was to take out that 1671. And look what it did. I mean, even after hours, it got up to 17, 18. This morning, it got up to 22. It has pulled back quite a bit now. I don't know what's going to happen. I was able to take a little bit of, I wish I'd held it overnight, but I did not. But I was able to carve out a little bit more out of it. I had traded this several times yesterday. But again, it's just a matter of taking out that high of the day, and it just ripped from there. Now, let's talk about some of these big movers here. They're not earnings plays. IMNN, another low float, 9.3 million in the float, only up 200%. Company announced top line phase 2 Ovation 2 study. So it is a phase 2 play, IMNN. Now, I don't know when this really started trading as IMNN. I mean, we have it here as a lifetime high now. I went back on a monthly chart. I could not see anything higher than this. So I'm not really sure what the deal is on this one, if it actually was an IPO back there. If it was a real cheap one. Or was it a symbol name change? At any rate, I'm at IMNN ripping this morning. Another earnings play, guys. LSCC earnings play. And this is a big gap down, 16%. Yeah, I almost got into this short, but I missed it. It was this PCSA. There are not that many shorts available now at Interactive Brokers. There were a lot more about 15 minutes ago. It's just a matter of timing, though. At one point I was taking right here at 269, and then it popped up to 3. But it is coming back. It is coming back, trading higher after the FDA clearance of, I guess, an independent new drug application. And of course, it's a low float, 2.6 million in the float. Now, where did it get to? It got up to 307 or so, and I was looking left on the weekly chart. The next high was 331. Somehow, I mean, look, if it can get back up to the highs of the high in the pre-market and keep ripping from there, I mean, if it took out 332, lots of room still. H lit, where are you? H lit. Okay, I can't find H lit. Oh, there it is, 21%. This is another earnings play, guys. H lit, HLIT is another earnings play. Big gap up on earnings, 21%. Not a lot of volume yet. That's the issue right now. Not a lot of volume yet. They did release after hours, okay, yesterday, so that accounts for the well, actually, not really. I guess get up to 1310. You get up to 1535 this morning. So continue to gap higher this morning. Not very much volume. Sorry, guys, I can't remember if I mentioned PayPal. PayPal is an earnings play. PYPL, and this is a big gap up. Where is it? I don't see it here. It's got to be here somewhere. I see. It's only up 7.8%. The low one down here is 8.4%. So that's why it's not showing up. But look at PayPal, guys. I mean, it still has room when you look at a weekly chart, 67.46 or so. So that's a lot of room, actually. It's $4 to the next high in the weekly chart for PayPal, PYPL. Yeah, and I'm not saying it's getting there. But it's a matter of looking left and seeing what sort of room a stock has to move before it starts hitting into some resistance, either on a daily or weekly hair. Wow, look at that PCSA now. Now, this is a very low float. Or sorry, not low float. It's a low volume HWM. I'm showing you this because it's an all-time high. It's an earnings play. Howmet Aerospace, it's an earnings play, and it's an all-time high. Not very much volume yet. Excuse me, 22,000 shares. I'm sure it's going to pick up, of course, but a lot of shares available to short. 14 million at Interactive Brokers. Sava is on the move, guys. Sava is on the move. SAVA had a big day. Actually, it's had a couple of big days. Actually, it's had a pretty good run. I mean, this is $9, basically $9.5 back in back on the 18th. So that's been a nice run, basically a double for Sava. Wow, look at PCSA, guys. PCSA. Well, you know what? I'm going to put an alert at this high here in case it does take it out and just shoots from there. It sounds crazy that it would do that, but anything is possible. Because if it does do that, I mean, then the next high looking left is around 6. Now, Bion, yeah, BYON. I'm just hearing it. Another earnings play at 10%. BYON coming, let's see, on the daily chart has a little bit of room to what the 1540 mark. And let's see what's happening with Myra. MIRA. Okay, so that's what's happened. So it got up to almost 3, and it's pulled back down to 250. Still up 12%, but it is that's a pretty decent pullback after the big day it had back here on the 22nd of July. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. I think I've got some allergies happening, so I'm going to have to take a little pill here. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I don't think I've really had seen this company before, this QXO. But wow, what how devastating is that? And there are shorts available. Yeah, 23,000 for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it now, but what a drop. Can't remember if I mentioned this ISPO. ISPO. I think this is also an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. ISPO. Yeah, I did not mention this one. So ISPO. Not sure I see any news on this one. ISPO Inspirato. Just give me a moment. My news headline is delayed somehow. Just give me one moment. Yeah, okay, guys. I don't really see any news on this one, this ISPO. I cannot. I do remember SSNT. Thank you, Casa. I do remember SSNT. Yeah, I don't see any. Anybody have any news on this ISPO? It's not. It is not an earnings play. It's a lot of volume. A lot of volume. I mean, look at the room it's got too, guys. I mean, next high in the weekly chart is up around 750 or so. I just don't see any news on it. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Probably a low float. Let's just do another load on my single stock window to see what the float is. Yeah, 2 million in the float. Don't see any news on it. I'm just looking at my headlines here. I do not see any news on it. ISPO Flix partner, April 2024. Okay. I think that's what you meant. Or partner, or interpret what you meant there. Let's take a look at the economic calendar, guys, and see if there's anything interesting today. So I guess the FOMC meeting begins. I'm not sure exactly when, but the FOM, maybe it's beginning now. So at 9 o'clock, we had some home price index. Nothing. I'm looking at the SPY, so far that was not affected really. 10 o'clock, we've got consumer confidence. So that has been a number that has affected the market, consumer confidence, and also 10 o'clock, all times Eastern, of course, job openings and labor turnover survey. So at 10 o'clock, we will have some economic numbers that could affect the market short term. Wow, Sim. I I have a note down on my on my piece of paper. You could have all you want at 27.40 on the short. And there's SIM, SYM, continuing to gap down, but I did not take it. Meanwhile, still have some of this, not much, but still have some left. This serve, I almost got rid of it this morning, but man, this is still strong. SERV. Meanwhile, SIM just absolutely getting cratered here now. SYM down 27%. Right there in the go no go chart in the 5-minute, there would have been an opportunity at 27.67 to short it. There was a sign, there was a transition from the light pink to the deep purple. All right, guys, 9:16. So the market, we're in for a positive open. Let's take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 86% in red, meaning 86% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. All right, so PSX is running a little bit counter. Okay, not a lot of volume yet, but it's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. PSX is an earnings play, running a little bit counter to its sector. Again, just looking to see if there are any outliers, anything that's kind of like the PSX. Not seeing any. Outlier meaning something that's going counter to its sector trend. Wow, look at PSCA. Didn't somebody take that a little on a bounce? Todd, that was you. Excellent. Well, 330. I mean, it's not out of the question. It's not out of the question. It's only up 78%, guys. I mean, here's one that's 200, right? So, but the big deal is looking left on that weekly chart, and 331 is the next high. 331 is the next high in the weekly chart. And now, no more shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. No more shorts. They've all been snapped up. Okay, I saw your comment about Bion, William. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, over 2 million. So that is not an issue. Getting into, let's see, 1535, the next high in the weekly chart is 1544. So it's getting close to that high on the weekly chart. So I wonder if this SMRT is going to have any sort of a bounce. I mean, it's bad news. CEO, he doesn't say he got turf, but he's leaving. He steps down and resigns. And also now they're suspending their previous FY24 guidance. So sort of the double whammy, CEO leaving, plus that, the guidance. Meanwhile, PCSA is challenge getting closer to that 330 mark. Sounds fine. Okay, thank you, Captain. And if Pepe, you're here, look, no problem today. Didn't do anything different. No problem today with these charts. SYM guys, yeah, continues. Boy, what a shellacking. Where is the next low looking left on the monthly chart? Yeah, I saw this. I mean, the next low on the monthly chart is way down here, around 22. Still had room to run down. It's getting absolutely clobbered on earnings. Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's any other earnings play that might be interesting. Robus is an earnings play. RMBS is an earnings play. It is gap down also. Boy, SYM, I hear it. You see, guys, I've got this on my my alert, my gap down alert. You can't see it's my other monitor, and the symbol is just continuously being read out to me, torturing me. How is Bitcoin doing today, guys? So IBIT is a little bit weak, Had a bit of sell-off after the big pop yesterday. Bit of a sell-off. I think this is an earnings play. I believe FFIV might be an earnings play. Yes, so this is a more expensive one, but if you're into that, FFIV is an earnings play also. Not very much volume yet, 32,000 shares. That's a big pop. Not a huge float. Look at that, 59 million in the float for a $200 stock. That is not a lot. All right, guys, I want to get set for this open, so I will get the layout that I'll use once this market opens. Okay, guys, just loading my layout now. Well, yeah, I mean, you're talking about the QXO. I mean, it can't just be because of an offering. I mean that's just after shareholders plan to resell shares. Okay, and then the company also. I think it's also. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if everybody's just dumping all their shares or something. And also, yeah, they're doing an offering, but I mean, that is a brutal, brutal drop. Yeah, I agree. I mean, it seems like yeah, completely overdone. All right, guys. So again, if you have our AI, this is what I would do. Just have this window open, okay? It was not a great day for the AI yesterday. Let's give me a moment here. Let's get this moved down a bit. So this is all I would do. If you click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then you'll see that there are three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. And the other thing I would do is in the filter, make sure it says none. I would uncheck anything that's checked. I would want to watch, I would want to see them all day long, regardless of whether they're profitable or not. Okay. Because sometimes they just set up at different times, different ways. And notice this window is blank. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40, and that is by design. All right, guys. Let's see. I would continue to watch that NIPG in case it takes out yesterday's high again. I think I have an alert set up here. Yes, it's not that far away. 1675 is the high of yesterday. Of course, after hours, it got this morning it got up to 22. After hours, it was higher than that. But I would wait and see if it can take out that high of yesterday, the market high, market hour high, I guess we'll call it. Now look at PayPal, guys. PayPal is starting to drift down. PYPL starting to drift down. PYPL. This is an earnings play. Now I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Thank you, William. Yeah, less than a minute now to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, I did notice that that promo code, the 25% off, it is still alive. Okay, it is still alive. I thought maybe it would disappear last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time last night, but it is still alive. And what is still alive is our SPY. So look at the SPY putting a little bit of a bounce ahead of the market open. Remember, we have some economic indicators at 10 o'clock. A couple of them, consumer sentiment, and one other. So at 10 o'clock, we'll probably get some little bit of action on the SPY. All right, guys, here we go. We're now open for business. ASTS. Oh man, Look at that big pop up and right back down. Well, there's the PCSA, guys, the PCSA. And I'm telling you, I mean, look, it could take out that high. Again, I'm not saying it is, so I'm not saying to buy it right now because it's going to, but man. All right, guys, NIPG is getting close to yesterday's high again, NIPG. Speaking of which, there it goes, guys. Now, the spread is a bit of an issue. Always has been. Bit of an issue, 1656.17. It's always a bit of an issue with this one, but we have our first halt of the day. Is this a SPAC? Yeah, this is an acquisition company. Yeah, it's sort of untradeable right now, guys. Okay, 16. I mean, the spread is all over the place, all over the place. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15. Not that it's going to settle down. This will never completely settle down, but I mean, you can't trade this. Now, having said that, I mean, if it tacks on $5, that spread won't matter, but we don't know what's going to happen. Well, look at bounce, guys. SYM bounced. That's a big bounce for SYM. Sava on the move, guys. Sava on the wow. Look at Sava on the move here, and boy, it took out that 19 like nothing. That was the next high on the daily chart that I was wondering if it could take it out. So now, I mean, the next high is 2050, 1980. Sorry, 1980, and then 2050 for Sava. From yesterday, guys, is the one that filed for Chapter 11 a few days ago. That went crazy yesterday. TWOU. I'm surprised it has not given it up. It's still up there. Market continues to push here. We had a little push at 9:15 to 9:30 candle, opening candle, green so far on the market. All right, cheap one, INVO. Now, wow, this has got maybe some room if it can take us some of these levels here. Yeah, I mean, $1.47 has a shot to that level. If it ever took that out, look left, 350 or so. So that is the INVO, but it is early. What a bounce for SYM, though. Wow, from a low of 25 up to 29. Wow. All right, now this one, okay, this one, guys, this was a crazy one from yesterday. They did a reverse split. I think it was a 1-for-5 reverse split. And so it just got halted. This one meaning AIU. It got halted. And what it got up to about 873 or so yesterday, 870 yesterday. Now look at PayPal after the little pullback. PYPL ripping here higher. PYPL. The IMNN now, guys. IMNN. Still, the pre-market high is up here, 440. So it's about $1 away from that. Sophie is an earnings play. SOFI is an earnings play. The next high in the weekly chart is around 8, so that's pretty close. Pretty close. SOFI. This is an earnings play. Wow, this is an earnings play, I guess. Yeah, GLW. Corning is an earnings play. GLW. All right, so this got halted on the way down. Got to watch this one. AIU. I want to see if it gives me any opportunity to trade it. So what I'm looking for, but this is New York, or it's actually, well, it's out of China. So yeah, it's a New York stock. Sometimes the New York dynamic stocks don't seem to give you a real clue where this could open. You know, because there's the halt price at 517, and it's not really telling us anything right here. If it's a Nasdaq stock, it'll show a lot different from the halt price in this column. But let's see what happens. 934 plus 12 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 939 plus 12 seconds. So we still have a bit to go. Wow, look at Serve, guys. Serve is just pre-market high was 2363. All right, I don't want to lose sight of this one in case it. Okay, too bad. NIPG, looking at that, yeah, it's got halted on the way down now. Not too bad. I mean, you never know. Later on, it could get back up there, but now it's halted on the way down. This could be the end of, well, not the end of it, but just, the end of making new highs anyway. Had a fabulous day yesterday. All right, I mentioned this one, HWM, and look at the volume now pick up. When I last saw it, I think it was about, I don't know, 15,000 shares or something. So the volume, yeah, I mean, look at that, 752,000 right here on that opening candle. So there wasn't very much volume in the pre-market. That's for the HWM, but this is an all-time high earnings play. Hit record high after Q2 results beat. Okay, cheap one. Wow, here's another one. VRNS. Lots of action, guys. Earnings play. VRNS. Another earnings play. VRNS. Cheap one. GTHX. This is not an earnings play. Over the whole number 4. If there's any news on this one. Looking left. Yeah, well, on the weekly chart, guys, there is room. Okay, where did this open? Nah, man. Look at that pop. Open way too high. Well, if you're in it, great. If you got in before the halt. What I was hoping for is maybe it would open close to the 517, maybe even dip down just a little bit below it and then pop through it. But what it did is it got all the way up to almost 6. Wow, nice call on the BYON, William. Nice call on the BYON. Look at this drop. Shoot. We're at $1.50 from the highs here. BYON. You mentioned that when you looked at their financials, you thought this would be a short from the open. Look at the SPY here, guys. Big green candle to start. All right, guys. So that's SYM is just what a bounce, what a rebound. Okay, AISP. Let's take a look at AISP. See if there's anything happening on this one that's interesting. This is not an earnings play. AISP low float, 11.4 million in the float. Yeah, nothing that interesting. I'm just looking at it's in the race here. NEO, guys, NEO. Let's take a look at NEO. This is an earnings play. NEO is an earnings play. Nice, nice move. Didn't see this in the pre-market really. It didn't really trade that much, and it wasn't up that much. But man, look at the market. Look when it opened. NEO just exploded here. Look at this SPY here, guys. What a opening 15-minute candle. All right, so Sophie earnings play popped up, and now it's starting to give it up. All right, give me a moment, guys. Oh, now look at HWM, guys. Look at HWM now. It's near the low of the day. Okay, I mean it's still up a lot. Okay, don't get me wrong, it's still up a lot, 10.5%. But it is now near the low of the day, market hour day. It is coming down from it started at 82, 83. I think JetBlue is an earnings play. I believe JetBlue is an earnings play. JBLU. It isn't. Yes, it is it is an earnings play. JBLU. The next high on the weekly chart is 758. What a rebound for SIM SYM. I mean, it's still down 11.5%, but it has really look at that big bounce, 25 up to 31. There was one like that yesterday. All right, so buy on now is just showing up on the gap up in reverse. The problem I have is that, yeah, if you take a look, there are a couple of lows not that far away on the daily chart. Yesterday and the day before that around 1340. So that could stall it. Now look at Novavax and the same sort of thing, 1328. So there's a little bit of room. This is a gap down and go. So there's a little bit of room to the next low, 1328 from 1358. Not a lot of room though. I'd like to see more. Pfizer's an earnings play. PFE is an earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Okay, so this has got about $1. GTY has got about $1. Looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, it's got about $1 in terms of, and it's must be is not an earnings play. Okay, I thought it might have been an earnings play. They're doing $105 million stock offering. What is the price at 30.10? So it's a little bit below the offering. Okay, stock is at 29.75 now. So they're doing the offering at 30.10. Well, there are shorts available for this now at Interactive Brokers. Remember, I was saying yesterday, a lot of times it takes about 3 days for these IPOs to show up at Interactive Brokers in terms of short availability, and true to form, yeah. 422,000 available at Interactive Brokers. Still, the problem is the spread. Cannabis play, CGC. Yeah, I don't know. I can't get too behind these. But I see Tilray is also up. Tilray, so the cannabis plays are. All right, Affirm. Now, Affirm coming right into that daily high at 29.18. You can see that red line on the daily chart. That's the high. If it takes that out, then it's got room. I mean, this would have some room because the next high on the daily chart is almost 30. So this has some room, okay? But it's got to take out 27.21. That is the next high. So let me just put I'll just put a price alert just a little bit above that and see if it takes it out. AFRM is not an earnings play. Well, now this is really getting hit hard now, guys, the NIPG. All right, so this is a gap up and reversal, CORT. This is an earnings play, another earnings play. CORT is another earnings play. Gap up and a reverse. Let's see where it could go. The next low looking left, which was last week's low, is 33.70. That's, that's, I don't know, it's a little close. Haywire, guys. Hayward. Let's see. This is an earnings play. HAWY is an earnings play. Let's take a look left. Where could it go? 1537 is the next high in the weekly chart. I just love to see stocks with a lot more room to run before they hit those next highs. Could always be, that could be a resistance area. Oh man, so the IMNN now is a gap up and reversal. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers though, for IMNN. NN, sorry, IMNN. So Lionsgate is the Class A voting shares. It's not an earnings play. And then we have the Class B. Okay, BHF, Bright House. Just over that big psychological number, in my opinion, $50. Not a lot of volume, 107,000 shares. Buenos dias, Pirata. Pirata. So the airlines are, so American is not an earnings play, but I don't know if it's moving because of, can't be because of JetBlue. It cannot be. All right, AMKR has got some room, guys. I mean, the next low looking left is 32. Sorry, 30, 32.38. So it's got about $1 to the next low on the weekly chart. This is a gap up and reversal, and watching the market, putting in a red bar now. So some of these gap up and reversal patterns probably, it depends what the market does. If the market keeps doing this, would probably work. All right, Swim. What is Swim doing? This is not an earnings play. Again, sorry guys. I mean, I know it's a broken record, but looks like to me anyway, coming into a lot of resistance. I won't know that until I click on the alert. Okay, I know some of you are following this TIVC, again, getting closer to that $1 level. All right, don't mind talking about it now, but look at that short for NEO from our AI, 1811, 1679 now, and more moving down. Boy, look at Bion now, guys. I mean, it is now below the lows of the previous 2 days. And now 1259 is the next low looking left. That is for BYON on the daily chart. Great call by William. He said he thought it might fade once the market opened, and fade it did. Yeah, so we do have, thank you, Casa, for reminding us. Yeah, we do have a couple of things at 10 o'clock, consumer confidence and the job openings and labor turnover survey. So at 10 o'clock, we've got a couple of economic numbers that could easily affect the market, short term anyway, okay? So keep an eye on, if you have a SPY chart, keep an eye on it and see what reaction we get at 10 o'clock with those two numbers that are coming out. All right, guys, about a minute to those two economic numbers. I think this is an earnings play. ULCC is an earnings play. Okay, ULCC. So what do we see when we look left? And yeah, sorry guys, broken record. 425 is the next high. And then a lot of stuff around 430. So you did. How's that, Manish? You did. Manish in our YouTube room. I'm sure you are the Manish, right? Who was in the contest. You did. All right, guys. So maybe now this is going to be a bit of a reversal, okay? The QXO. Give me a moment. I tried to get it, could not get it where I wanted it. I mean, I tried to get the QXO. This looks like it's a decent looking bounce happening. Now, there could be some resistance right around here at 12. I did not get my fill. So, Manish, if you're wondering, well, how could you win? Because if you were looking at the leaderboard, I think you looked like you finished third, but the top two had some, let's call them illegal trades. Okay, so when Michael did the audit, and he'll be in our YouTube room in today. between 12 and 1. He may go over all that. So when he audited, I think he went through the top 12 people or 15. And unfortunately, the top two were trading things that, or they just didn't follow the rules. So hopefully, Manish, you heard all that. Now let's see about this QXO. See if it's going to have a huge bounce or just a small bounce. All right, so this one is still alive, guys. So this is this TWOU. Man, okay, so the high yesterday was 374. Anything is possible. NPG and IPG now just getting crushed. Ah, okay, guys, I actually got some. Actually got some of the QXO. This is just going to be probably a quick trade though. I want to see. Able to get some just over 12, but I've traded some out. Traded some out. That's the QXO. I should. I wanted to be in a lot earlier. Of course, I was trying to get some right around here, 11:20. But let's see. I mean, this has obviously a ton of room. My key right there was it looked like it was taking out that 12 level. You take a look at the 15-minute chart. Now, certainly nothing. I'm not doing anything with the because this is telling me not to trade it at all. But so this was definitely a hunch trade. Okay, I'm all out of it, guys. All out of it. Now let's take a look at Novavax, NVAX. Now the next low, for Novavax on the daily chart is 1203. We have room. We have room for Novavax. This is a go no go chart, Conrad. Okay, it's a go no go chart. You want to find out more about it? If you, I don't know, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas, Conrad? Okay, so if you want to find out more about it, just click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock to Channel Bar. Dock to Channel Bar, And when you do that, one of the channels is the Go No Go charts. Okay, when you click on it, this is a description about what it's all about. Here are a couple of videos, okay, and also some text, which tells you what you're looking for, okay. And this is an add-on, okay. It's a $50 a month add-on, and the reason we have to do that, this is not our technology. We're licensing from the people who created Go No Go. So before you, but I definitely like it. Well, just look at the two videos, okay? Look at the two videos, watch the two videos, take a look at this. This gives you an idea about what it's all about. So this is a gap down in reverse, and it's a little bit late. And the reason being is that it had to take out the high of the day before, and unfortunately, the high of the day, the 930 candle was way up here. So this is a gap up in reverse, but it's a little bit late. I'm going to continue to watch. I'm not in this anymore, but I will continue to watch the QXO just in case. Maybe if it takes out the high up here at some point. I mean, that is just that seems to be a little bit overdone in terms of the drop. 80%. Imagine that, 80%. All right, I'm just checking some of the alerts we've had from our AI. Of course, the big one was NEO on the short, NEO on the short, 1811 to short, got all the way down to 1646 before it popped just a little bit. Whoops, looks like QXO is giving up 12 right now anyway. All right, guys, this GTY looks weak. How much volume? Pretty good volume. Approaching 1 million shares, 65 times normal. This looks weak to me. This is an earnings play. It has some room down to about the 29 level. Well, I can see that spread did not matter for the NIPG. This is just getting trashed now. NIPG just getting absolutely trashed. Spread did not matter really. Like I said, since I think it's dropped to about $4. That's too bad. This nice reversal for the LSCC, but it's a little too late for me now. Is it really? Yeah, you're right. TWOU. So is it above? It's right at yesterday's high, isn't it? Yesterday's high, 374. So it's right at yesterday's high. Remember what I was saying, guys? How this window will start getting really full as we get more and more into earnings season. Look at this, and at some point, I could put it right at the very top, and I could extend it all the way down to my 32-inch monitor, and I would not be able to see all the earnings plays. Maybe not today, but sometime this week. We've got about 1,000 companies releasing earnings. Oh, now look at TWOU. Look at TWOU. I hope nobody chased this one. 380, right back down to 320. We have a channel. You can actually go to the channel. I mean, I'm not sharing it like this. I mean, I can give it to you, but if you go, well, what time is it now? 10, 12. I think I'll start talking about my homepage anyway right now. Go GTY. Come on, GTY. Moving down now. So if I go to I'll show you my homepage. It's a different way of presenting it that you can take a look at. The earnings plays. All right, so clicking on my homepage link. Before I get to my scans, let me just go over a few things here. So this promo code is still alive, guys. Barry25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only, over the entire year of Trade Ideas, okay? As always, please use my code. If you use my code, whatever it is, I mean, it changes. But if you use my code, that'll really help to keep this room free. The room gets credit for the subscription, so it really helps to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription to get started, that's the first thing you must do. 10 short videos. First one is your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a free series of videos. Michael Noss, who will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he put this together, okay? Stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you don't think you're getting it, if you sign up and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. All right, guys, GTY working for me. GTY working for me. Again, understand, I'm not going to tell anybody to take a trade. I just said, but GTY, I said, look, very good. That's my sort of code word. You can do what you want. Let me just get GTY up here. I want to refresh my memory. I think it had $1. I'm not saying it's going to get to $1, but 28.84. That was the next low. All right, here is the education section. So if you click on the education section, we have a great user guide. Here's the getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, top list window. I'm running a stock race. Here's how you can create your own. I'll go over this race right here, but here's how you can create your own stock race with your own parameters. Price alerts, I use price alerts all the time. If you wanted to create your own watch list of stocks that you want to follow, here's how you do it, okay? Lots in the guide. You don't have to learn everything. Getting started series again. So daily support, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. Before I take my break, I'll confirm that. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. And if you want a lot more information about the Go No Go charts, I would head over there between 12 and 1 because Michael has dealt with these people. He was instrumental in getting the Go No Go charts to Trade Ideas. Okay. Last, now my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, middle section, here are my scans. So here is the earnings plays up versus the earnings plays down. It'll look more like this, okay? Like a compare count window. So that's what it's going to look like a compare count window, comparing the earnings plays down versus the earnings plays up. Now I'm sharing, these are the ones that you can see on the monitor that I'm sharing. This is the biggest gainers from the open right here. Pulse resumes is over here. Momentum scan is right here. And then the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. I am sharing other scans. I don't have them all up and running, and neither should you. There'd be way too many, but you can take a look at them. Okay. Have you ever used a compare count window, Max? Okay. All right. This is what you can do. Okay. If you load it, it won't look. I mean, this is another compare count window that I'm using. And if you right click and configure, and all you have to do then, eh, see, this is a configure. Actually, wait a minute. You know what? I'll just give them to you. Caesar, probably. Just a minute now, guys. PETA is halted on the way down, I guess. Okay. So I'm gonna give you one, and I'm gonna show you what I do. Okay, I just give you this one. The earnings plays up. Okay, not that I don't want to give you the earnings plays down, but these are things that if you're a subscriber, you should know how to do. So let me first of all get it. Okay, so this is it right here. So there's the earnings plays up. Now, this is what I do. There is no difference between the earnings plays down in terms of the filters. All I do is this, because what I want to do, especially when we have a lot of earnings, I want to see the ones that are up near the high of the day, right at the top. So that's how I have sorted it. And then all I do is I just duplicate the window. I duplicated the window, and you can see if I scroll down, if I scroll down and get all the way down to the bottom here, you can see that HOLX, JetBlue, etc., they're all at the bottom here. They're at the top here, right? So all I did was I duplicated the window and then I sorted on the position in days range column. So I could see now the ones that are down for the day, okay, that are near the low of the day. So at a glance, I want to see the ones that are near the low of the day, and I want to see the ones near the high of the day. That's what I've done. So all I have to do is just duplicate the window and then sort on that position and range column. That makes sense? It's good to understand how to do these sort of things, I think. Because otherwise, if I wanted to see the ones that are down, I'd have to scroll down I'd have to have this, it would take up maybe a lot of screen space. Not an issue for me. But as I said before, this will be absolutely full probably tomorrow, so that I could not even scroll down and see them all. So that's what I like to do. I just want to see the ones near the high of the day and near the low of the day. Now, the interesting thing also, the way I have this color coded is that you see the H-lit. H-lit is still green. That means it's still up for the day, but it's near the low of the day, if that makes sense. I mean, remember, when I say up for the day, it's up from yesterday's close, but it's near the low of the day today. So let's take a look at H-lit. Still up 19%. I mean, it's up a lot still, but look on the daily chart, or on the 15-minute chart, you can see that it's near the low of the day. And that's how this is color coded. All right, guys. So 10:22. So now let me give you, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. I usually take off between 2:30 and quarter to 3. Always stay later if there are questions. The main room, though, is usually open till 4. William, in our main room, usually keeps it open till 4. He's under no obligation to do it, but he does that many times. So to demonstrate what trade ideas is all about, I'm going to use the momentum scan. So if I right click on it and click on configure, what we are really, really excellent at doing is real-time alerting. Okay. So in this particular scan, and we call this scanning, a lot of screening programs out there that, kind of say they're scanners, but it's semantics. It's possible it's semantics, but we are a real-time alert scanner for sure. So in this particular case, in this scan, what I'm looking for, stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. You can see SYY. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we were seeing SYY, okay, 1024 plus 9 seconds. It met all these filter requirements and it kept making a new high. And, since that last time it made a new high, it has not, and no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, great, you can have it. It's on my homepage. But if you want to make any modifications, for instance, you might not like the price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like. Maybe you have a filter you want to add. You can obviously go for it. You don't have to stick with what I like. You can, of course, customize it to how you like to trade. Now, next, search. If you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course you can. Right at the very top, you see these are the 2 most popular real-time alerts we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, these icons, these are all of the other real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling down, these filters, these are the screeners that we've got. These icons represent all the filters that we've got. Okay. So again, I say this every day, but it bears worth repeating. If you're new looking at this, don't think, first of all, don't think, man, this is way too hard. I'm going to learn all these. You don't have to. Okay, you don't have to. I think it makes obvious sense. The reason why there's so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So in order to, so that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters, lots of different trading styles out there. So I think they've created enough different real-time alerts and all these screeners so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So yeah, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. You don't have to use them all. In fact, personally, all I use is the new high of the day and the new low of the day and a couple of the filters. Maybe not a couple, maybe just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean that all the ones I don't use are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Okay. But your trading style may be very different. Okay. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. Okay. Don't be shy. That is the purpose of the room. Don't feel you're don't feel that you're interrupting me. And honestly, one of the worst things you can do is, you know, like you think you're interrupting me and then you email me and with a question. It's way harder for me and way more time consuming for me to try to answer an email because the emails can go back and forth. Way easier for me to demonstrate right on the screen what your question, if I can answer it right on the screen. Way easier for me. So while I was yakking away, SYY, what did it do actually? Hmm. So they got a $1 billion share repurchase program. Okay. It's an earnings play also. So let me explain this race. Okay. People are talking about Lumen. There's Lumen. You can see right here, LUMN. There's Lumen, LUMN. What a nice month it's had. Well, not quite a, well, yeah, 4 months. This is the end of the month. What a great month it's had. Coming from basically a dollar up to 244 right now. So the race. Now, again, in the guide, so if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, click on the guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. And that's how you can customize your own race. But let me explain what this race is looking for. Doesn't have to be what you're looking for, okay? But yeah, there's one red day. No kidding. No kidding, Daniel. Maybe one here, one here. So I'm just going to wait for this race to be over, and the race is over, and Lumen won, LUMN won. Okay, so how did it win a race? So I'm running 4-minute races. You can, of course, pick whatever time frame you like. I just decided I wanted to run 4-minute races. So what happens is, and this won't, we'll start to see some action in about half a minute into the race. Oh, just give me a moment. Okay, so you can see calm is right at the top. Since the race started, and let this thing go a little bit more. No dramatic move, but it has moved the most since the race started. It has moved 1%. Now, in this race, you see here, you can see some pretty dramatic moves. Okay, big percentage moves. It can be a very volatile type race. And you can see GTX now, it just took over 1.75%. And again, this is a stock that has moved the most since the race started. Now, notice what also happens is that a top 10 list is automatically constructed for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that TWOU won 5 races, AIU won 2, etc. And eventually there will be another one. If there's something new that wins a race that's not on this list, it'll round out the top 10. Okay, but of course, a stock can drop from being in the top 10 if another stock starts winning races a lot more. But at the bottom line is it gives you some focus of a list of stocks that you can watch all day long. So here's the serve. Okay, it's up 3%. Nice move, 68 cents since the race started. So why are these stocks showing up here though? Like, why are these ones showing up? So let me explain why. So if I right click on this race and I open the top list, click on this, one of the options is open top list. So I do that, pop to my other monitor. Here's the top list. All races start from a top list window. If I right click on this top list window, notice it says launch real-time stock race. So you, of course, can create your own top list window with the parameters that you want. This is what I want to see. So if I right click on it and click on configure and summary. So if the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 share minimum traded and up at least 2% from yesterday's close, then it will be a stock that's on this list. Okay. So that's number one. Now, before we had racing, the reason a person would use a top list window is you might say, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today, based on my parameters, my price range I like, minimum volume, things like that. So if you had that as a column, and you can see I do have that as a column, I'm hovering over that. It says change from the close. So that's the change from the close of yesterday. If I double left click rapidly, I can see that IMNN has moved the most since yesterday's close, 169%, BCSA 42%, etc. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade today, and as long as I have that as a column header, I can double left click on it. That's a change from the open. So here's TWOU is up 34%, LUMN 28, etc. Okay. All well and good. I mean, if that's of interest to you, that's fine. But what the race doesn't care whether a stock is near the high here at the top. We'll call this the leaderboard, up the most from the close or up the most from the open. All it cares about is when the race started, what stock moved the most, percentage-wise. Because what if this, and I'm seeing CRMD. What if CRMD, I bet you it's trying to move up here. Here's CRMD. It's up 4.8% from the open. But what if all of a sudden it was now 5%, 6%, 8%, 10% moving up the leaderboard? You'd never see it unless you're staring at a stock. But why would you be doing that all day? Okay. So that's where the race really, really comes in. It'll show you the stock that is moving the most since the start of the race. So here's the IMNN. It's up 4.8% since the start of the race. Okay, and there's Lumen, 6% since the start of the race. Well, hopefully that makes sense. And of course, as I'm saying, you can create your own top list window with your own parameters. You may not like this, but you can create your own and then launch the race based on your own parameters. So what I would be doing is you don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. If you see in fact, if you see anything here, click on it, see what's happening. Let's take a look at VFF. Let's see what's happening. It might be something interesting. Not to me, but it could have been. Or if you see something moving up the leaderboard, click on it and see what's happening. This is this nuclear stock, NNE, trying to come back a bit. But the other way to use this, I mean, a lot of people, I'm somebody who likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. A lot of people would much rather play a pullback. Here's how you can use it. Click on anything that's won a race. So here's the PCSA as an example. Okay. So you might be a pullback player. Now let's pretend that the VWAP, the VWAP is actually at 263. What if it was at 220? You might, if you're a VWAP player, you might be looking at this and going, wow, what if the VWAP holds it as support and it bounces off it, as an example? Or you might find this area right here and think, well, you know what? I don't mind trying to play a bounce in here. Maybe there's a moving average that you like. Maybe it's coming into a moving average. So here's how you can actually, take a look at pullback plays just by clicking on the alert, any symbol that you see, because they're not going to necessarily be at the high of the day. Yeah. Meanwhile, I haven't really been following what's happening with the SPY. So we have a little disconnect in the market, guys. We've got the Dow is up. Now the SPY has, we've been an hour down. SPY is down a little. The Dow is up. Nas is down. So we have a bit of a disconnect in the market between the value stocks and the growth stocks. Now, I am sharing two other races on my homepage, and they are large cap races, one on the way down and one on the way up. Now, those races might, if you're new to trading, might be a little, maybe that's where I would start. The reason being is that these are very volatile races. It's great to be on the right side of, something moving higher, yes, but as quickly as some of these move higher, they can easily move down. The two other races that I'm sharing, I have a minimum market cap in both of them of half a billion, 500 million, and also a minimum float of 50 million. So consequently, the moves are not going to be as dramatic. It doesn't mean they're not good to trade. And also a top 10 list is also built for both of them. Now, if you're not interested in shorting at all, then you don't have to look at the large cap gainers on the way down, but you might want to take a look at the large cap gainers on the way up. All right, let's take a look at Rambus here. This is a gap down and go. This is an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, Rambus is an earnings play. Of note, $50, pretty psychological number to break through. So I guess those numbers, we're talking about these two numbers that came out at 10 o'clock right here. Sorry, right here. Sorry, right here. So that red bar right there, so those numbers, whatever they were, certainly caused this market to move down somewhat and continuing down. I don't know what the numbers were, the actual figures were, but whatever they were, market didn't like it that much. I'm surprised. Well, you obviously have to know, I'm out of the GTY now. Did not move down with the market. Interesting. So this would be a good definition of an alpha stock, guys. Lumen, LUMN. This does not care what the market's doing. Here's the market, and here's Lumen. Does not care what the market's doing. And it's not a low float. Are you kidding me? That can't be. I don't believe that it has a million shares. I'm sorry, 992 million shares. I do not believe that. Let me just check another source. Well, it's not a low float. I don't know what the site I go to. If they don't list the float, it means it is a large cap stock, even though it's not very much. The price is not that much, but again, multiplied by the float. So that's pretty amazing. The reason I say that is for this stock to be up 54% with that float is astonishing. Do not see the reason for it. Did you guys post any reason for Lumen, or maybe even started back here? I mean, that is not typical, guys. I mean, that for that float, almost a billion in the float. All right, HQY with the data breach affecting 4.3 million people. Let's take a look at HQY and see if that's getting hit a bit. Health equity. Lumen had a deal with Microsoft. Okay, I don't see that news. That must have been back earlier, right? I sort of do remember. Yeah, last week. Yeah, that's what I because that's what got it going, obviously. I sort of remember. Microsoft forged deal to drive digital transformation AI initiatives. Okay. So that was on the 24th. Maybe it was even earlier, but that was on the 24th. So that was the news for Lumen. Okay. All right, Alex, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. Every time you pick a winner, it says I got the buy, but when I go to sell, it says I was rejected on the buy. This is happening every time. I'm not, is this in your broker? Like, who's your broker? I mean, it's your broker who's doing this, but who's your broker? Talking to Alex in our YouTube room. Are you talking about using our simulator, or are you talking about your broker doing this to you? Yeah, Bitcoin's getting hit a bit here, isn't it? You're still you're still talking GBTC. I'm talking IBIT now. So yeah, I need more information, Alex. I mean, are you talking about using Brokers Plus connected to I don't know, E-Trade or Interactive Brokers, or are you talking about trading from within your broker and that's happening, which of course I could not help you at all. So I need a little more information. So your broker is doing that. Okay, so I can't help, Alex. Who's your broker? You got to call your broker. Who's your broker? Yeah, so you've got to phone out. You've got to contact Alpaca. I mean, I can't possibly help you. Give me a moment. You guys, give me a moment. Well, again, Alex, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, I can't possibly help you. I don't have Alpaca, number one. You know, it's impossible for me to know why the trade isn't going through. You would literally have to try to get a hold of Alpaca. Oh, okay. Alpaca is not. Oh, I see now what you mean. You're talking about trying to use Brokers Plus. Okay. Yeah, it is not. Well, let me make sure. I know we had it there listed. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, Alex. I know we had it there, but I think I know what you're talking about now. But as far as I know, it is not, even though it might be listed. Yeah, I see. But let me make sure. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so I do apologize. You know what, Alex, you're going to have to. I don't know why it's not working. Chris is saying that it's supposed to work, but what I would do is this: is click on my homepage. Just give me a moment. Click on my homepage, and when you do that, there are a little pop up. Need help? Okay, click on the need help, and then click on ask, and then click on chat. And just give them your email address and say, I'm having a tough time connecting to Alpaca, or it's not, doesn't seem to be working. And what they'll probably ask you to do, okay, is to go to help and then send files to support. Okay, but get the ball rolling first. Okay, here. I had no idea that Alpaca was back in the fold. Okay, so try that. Okay, guys, let's see now what else is happening here. So CRMD. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Maybe that's the reason. I'll pack a paperwork so you can, but not live. I don't know. Okay, guys. So I sort of took a break away from looking at whatever the market's doing. So now I have to reacquaint myself with with what is happening. So GPK. Let's take a look at GPK. GPK. Wow, it's an earnings play. Just marching up, marching up. Wow, 2762. That is a nice move. So Robert or Robert. Serve predict. No, I don't have any serve predict. I mean, I'm still in this one. If you've been in the room for a while, I'm still in this one, but I'm in way early. Okay, and not a lot of shares anymore. So I don't know. I have no predictions for it. I mean, it hit 24 or 23.66 in the pre-market, and it even got up to 24. I'm just going to hold on for But I remember, I'm in around 1060. So, and I've traded this several times, but I have no predictions of where it's going. I don't know. It's hard for me to believe, yeah, Hermes, that it has that much in the float. It really is hard to believe that it has that much in the float to be up now at like 45% with a billion in the float. Well, I went to another website that that has the float numbers and it's not listed, which means that the market cap is very high. Okay, the dilution tracker website that we usually go to check and they don't have any information on it other than the market cap. And when that happens, that means that the float is high. And they just sort of, they basically say, well, the float really has no, what do they actually say? The dilution might not matter for this one. We cover 2,300 tickets under 500 million market cap. So when you see that, that usually means that it's a high float. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. And I'm not seeing anything. Let's take a look at the ISPO. Yeah, ISPO is just kind of chopping around now quite a bit. I'm actually interested in the afternoon. I find that in the afternoon, we get some great setups from this go, no go. So I'm going to look at ISPO. I mean, just flatlining right now. Yeah, if I'd seen this Dr. S a little bit earlier, this would have been an opportunity to short it based on this go no go chart right around 28.69. You can see the color transition from that pink to the deep purple. And again, these are the go no go charts. If you're interested in finding out about these go no go charts, good time today because Michael will be in our YouTube room taking over for me between 12 and 1. And he was instrumental in getting these charts to Trade Ideas. And if you're looking for information about what they're all about, if you click on New and then click on Dock to Channel Bar, and then click on Go No Go Charts, you should see a pop-up somewhere, okay? And there are a couple of videos that you can take a look at. And then this is, text. This tells you, what you're kind of looking for, a little more information about it, how it works, okay? And this is a $50 a month add-on. And the reason it is because this is not our technology. It is that the people who actually created it, we're licensing from them. So that's why we have to charge for it. So if you watch the videos and it looks like something you might like, you can always try it for a month. But I would definitely hang around and ask Michael about it. He'll be there. He'll be in our YouTube room in about an hour. Yeah, SPY did not like those numbers at 10 o'clock, did they? Or did it? Did not like the 10 o'clock numbers right here, right here. So after that nice little lift in the pre-market, we've been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost on. An hour and 15 down. This is the start of the next candle. Now, I was just saying how ISPO was flatlining. It is starting to break out now, guys. ISPO is starting to break out. Yeah, try it out for a month. I mean, it is. I like it. Keeps me out of it. Gets, what I find a lot of times, it just keeps me out of trades. Boy, an active day in our AI today. Now, I don't think that, again, I asked this question yesterday. Who's got TWOU shorts? I know I don't. I didn't have them yesterday. And I don't know how, I know, unless you have Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero. Really? Okay. Forget it. Never mind what I'm saying then. How can E-Trade have like a bunch and IB that has nothing? That is amazing to me. Because the AI said short this at 375. That's like a 15% gain now. So, guys, there's two trades for me today, and nothing really, unbelievable. I was able to get some of the QXO on the bounce and some of the GTY when it was moving down, and that's about it. Whoa, yeah, look at that. Now that's a giant red candle. So now, yeah, so there's a big tech sell-off. Obviously, Nas is down a lot more than well, Dow is still up a little bit. There's Fly. Remember Fly was $6 last week. Probably an earnings play. Pega. No, it is not an earnings play. Pega is not an earnings play. It's moving higher for some reason. Certainly bucking the market. Okay, now Groupon is an earnings play. Now this has room. 1596. It's underneath the whole number. It has room down to about 1450. Okay, on the weekly chart. Let's take a look at the daily chart. Little less room. Still, it's got about 60 cents down to that low. Market moving down. All right, guys, let's see how far down Groupon can go. See if this works out for me. This is on a short GRPN earnings play. I do not want it to see 16, so I'm not recommending anybody do the same thing. Yeah, this is just a massive, this is a big sell-off right here. This is a big candle, guys. What were those numbers? I mean, I didn't look at the numbers at all. Or FOMC is talking, aren't they? Isn't it sort of the start of discussions? What did it say here? FOMC meeting begins. Yeah, I probably should have scalped the group on. Okay, guy. Wow, this is a big sell-off. Yes. Keep an eye on PayPal then, guys. PYPL. I mean, PayPal, it's still up for the day quite a bit, I believe, but you might want to, I mean, if this market just continues like this, PayPal is up still, what, 7%. Now, if that pink turns to deep purple, this is an opportunity to short, okay, for PayPal. That would be the idea. If that pink turns to deep purple. So what I'm going to do is I'll put an alert down here, say it's 63, and if I get the alert, I will see whether or not that has turned to deep purple. All right. Okay. Thank you, Gopal. Now let's see if I can get you to go down just a little bit further from me. See, right now, that orange for PayPal is basically, well, that orange that was there. This is basically saying we don't think there's an opportunity to go short or long, or we don't see an advantage to go short or long. So stay out of the trade until we get a little more confirmation. That's what that is trying to tell you. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, back in Groupon. Okay, Groupon making me a little bit more money now. GRPN. Excuse me. So again, the next low looking left is 1533. So why I took the trade? Because it had the room. I didn't know, I had no idea if it was going to get anywhere close to it, but right now it's making me a little bit of money on the Groupon short, GRPN short. Yeah, I mean, listen, if this turns, excuse me, for the PayPal, I mean, if this turns blue, this might be the opportunity to go long again. I don't expect a big move either way, though. I mean, I think it's sort of settling down into this area. I'm just waiting on Groupon. Yes, I wanted to see if it get into the 50s. Yes, this is turning out to be a really nice trade now for me. GRPN. Now, dip buyer, are you using pre-market? Because our colors can be different, okay? I'm using pre-market. Okay. At 11:10, you're talking Eastern time, of course. Yeah. So I don't have that. I don't have that. Now, maybe because you are using pre-market. Well, are you using a 5-minute chart? Well, I don't have a blue. I still have that, we'll call it the green, whatever you want to call it. I still have a green at 11:10, not blue. All right, guys, I've covered some of my Groupon. Okay, got into the 50s, covered some just around 15, no, 1561. So I don't have a blue. I have that green at 11:10, not blue. Oh, yeah, I'm not using the scan. So you're actually using the scans that are in the Market Explorer? Ah, okay, okay. Well, let me know how that works. I mean, I'm not, because I like to see my scans. All right, now selling over for a while. Here's a green bar now. Selling over for a while, maybe. Well, it was always designed for swing trading. Well, for swing trading, it was not really designed for intraday trading, but I'm finding it beneficial. Now, for instance, look at this one. Where are you? Call COL. Here's something that's a moving, guys. MCW on the move here. MCW on the move. And the next high looking left is 788. A little too close, unfortunately. So when I look left, yeah, there look like there's too much resistance not that far away. Like, well, could be resistance not that far away. Yeah, because the only reason I have the 15-minute chart up is to do the little comparison to see, because sometimes this will still be not this particular one, I guess, but you'll see some blue lines, and yet on the 15 you might see red. And in the past, that might have said to yourself, well, I don't know if I want to keep in this trade. Now, I'm trying to call, guys. I am trying to call COLL. The only thing I don't like about it is the spread, but I'm going to try it. I am trying it. I'm in it. I don't like the spread, so I've just taken a few shares just to see. And why? Because it did have that transition. Better, yeah, right there. Okay. A little, the transition from the little green to the blue. It has some room looking left. Always got to still have room looking left. So now I'm going to see if this has any sort of a lift at all. I don't like to spread, but can't do too much about that. Well, what I do about that is don't take as many shares. Yeah, I do have a 15-minute chart up and running also on my other monitor, just as a bit of a comparison. But certainly I'm using the 5 as my entry. I tried 2, but I found it was, a little too whippy. But you should definitely head over and listen to Michael talk at between 12 and 1. Okay. When I take my break, go over to YouTube and listen to Michael talk about it. All right, come on. Get that bid catching up to that stupid, not the stupid ass. That's a nice ask. You get the bid catching up. Okay, guys. Now here's PayPal. Did it change? Not yet. Almost. Look at this. There's that pink. Dak, you've confused the heck out of me with the ice ball. I thought you were going to swing it, and it looks like it was doing well. Yeah, that call, I just don't like the spread. It's got to tighten up. No, there's the PayPal guys. The PayPal drifting down now. I'm just waiting to see if we get a transition from that pink to deep purple. Well, ISPO, my goodness. Half an hour ago, I was saying how it was flatlining. Here's the pre-market action, and it was just sort of flatlining. And now look at it. And let's see now, lifetime range 0.2%. So this must have done a bunch of reverse splits. I don't know anything about this company. I mean, I can read about it, but I don't know what the deal is today. I have no idea what happened yesterday. I can't see any news on it. Somebody, pardon me if somebody's already put some news about it from yesterday, because it got going yesterday. See if we have anything. Yeah, I don't. Unexplained surge amidst solid financial performance. Okay, that was yesterday, but I don't see. Maybe it was an earnings play, and we don't have it as an earnings play, but maybe it was an earnings play. Yep, I wouldn't have shorted this one. RAI said, "Why don't you short this one?" Yeah, I'm not liking the call right now, guys. It's basically if I get out right now, if I get mid anyway, it'll be a flat trade for me. But I will persist for a while. And in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. Actually, I didn't get a message back from Michael. Yeah, yes, Michael will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour, guys. So man, I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember, we used to see this one a lot. This BIMI, Bo Boki International. Used to see this a lot. All right. Oh, ye of little faith. Look at this now, guys. Okay. For the call. Now it is coming into a whole number. So I'm really just waiting to see on the call, COLL, if the bid can catch up to that ask a little bit. Okay, what is the market doing? The market now is just sort of stuck right here after that giant red candle down. Now we're just kind of stuck right here. The key one right here, this red candle, will it get down below here and continue down? Yeah, somebody asked yesterday about what is the algo all about. I have no idea. And they're not going to tell us, of course. The go, no go. One moment, please. Yeah. So unfortunately, Chloe and your buddy who finished second, they were disqualified. They were making trades that they weren't following the rules, as I know you knew about your friend, but also Chloe. So third place person was Manish. Oh, he won. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I just had 3 calls in a row. Man, I don't know if it's happening in the States, probably in the States too, but they make it so believable. Your social insurance number, we call it a social insurance number, has been suspended. Please call this number. But the way they mask it is that the caller ID looks like it's official. Anyway, well, Oliver, had you been listening to me right at the very end, I was saying, guys, don't give up. because nothing is final until the audit. But maybe you weren't listening. I started talking about that about 2 hours, 3 hours left. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, Oliver and I knew exactly what you were doing. The only way you could, get close was by taking a big risk on the Wint. Yes, and I know. So this is kind of cool, guys. Yeah, I mean, dip, like you were saying, this is keeping me in the trade so far. Okay, this is the COLL. It's keeping me in the trade so far. I mean, it's nothing fabulous yet, but you never know. I mean, if it can get into the 90s, that will be a decent trade for me. 38.90s. I mean. So, for instance, if this turns deep purple here at some point, I might short this one, the Lumen, LUMN. There are a lot of shorts available. 77 million shares available. Interactive Brokers. I'm not going to short, Jay. I'm only. It would have to change colors before I would even look at it. That's why I call it deep purple. No kidding. What a all-time great band. There we go. There's your deep purple right here, but it's too extended. See, I cannot take it. Too extended now. Okay, guys, getting set to take my break in about 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do is, I think the ISPO just made a new high. or close to it. ISPO just made another close to a new high. Actually, not really. I'm sorry. Wow, 860 was the high. So this could be one of those ones late in the day, guys. You know, I talk about this all the time. Later on in the day, sometime in the afternoon, especially if this kind of rests here for a while, okay? This kind of rests for a while. And then later on in the day, get some volume coming back. 1273. I mean, you have room here. 1273. 1273 is the next high looking left. So yeah, dip wire. The big difference between anything else you can find in like Go No Go, I know they've licenses, I guess, to Thinkorswim and others. The difference is, and I'm not using it to be honest, but are the scans. Okay, the scans that Michael has created. That's the big difference. So yeah, so with the ISPO guys, in fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert at 860, maybe later on in the day. Maybe it takes that out because if you look left, it definitely has room. 1273 is the next high in the monthly chart. So it definitely has some room. Could be one of those ones. And it's, yeah, another low float, 2 million in the float. You know, the relative volume, 4,200%. 4,200 times, sorry. That's not a percent. So, I mean, this is really going absolutely crazy today. And so there's a whoops right here, guys. So that was a green bar. That was like red, but not deep red. And now we're getting redder. So let's take a look actually at Go No Go for the SPY chart. For those of you who like to play the SPY and some of the, you know, let's take a look and see what sort of transitions there were. So you can see right up here, there was that transition at 545. So you could have said, okay, I'm going to take this short right here around 545 of the SPY on that transition right there. Okay. Okay. Thank you, William. Again, no obligation on your part. So William is just saying he's having some internet problems, so he may not be able to keep the room open after I leave. And I'll leave, you know, anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3. And I'll always stay later if there are questions. Just, you know, if there are no questions, then, you know, there's no point in my hanging around. Well, there it went, guys, and I missed it. Okay. So there, look at PayPal. So it did finally turn purple. Okay. Well, it depends on what you mean by accurate, Iris. It's like anything else. I mean, depends what you mean by accurate. I'm liking it, but nothing is 100%. But from my experience, it does a few things for me. When I see orange, I stay out of the trade completely. It's because it's telling me the suggestion here when it's orange is that there's no advantage one way or the other. But I'm enjoying it, yeah, on these color transitions. Sure. But is it 100% accurate? Of course not. There's nothing. You know, the COL. I mean, has it been outstanding? No, but it's, you know, it's giving me a little bit. There's that transition right there, 38.54, got up to 38.95, still hanging in there. I use it mainly, Iris, for me anyway. I use it for a couple things, a little more confirmation about maybe what I'm seeing, and also keeping me in trades a little bit longer than I normally would be. But I'm not blindly following anything. I mean, it's still for me. I mean, I'm not going to get into a trade unless when I look left, I have room before it hits the next high, or then either in the daily or the weekly or the monthly chart. So, I mean, there's still those rules. Just because I get a transition doesn't mean I'm just going to blindly take the trade. Wow, look at PayPal now, guys. And I'm not in it. I should be in it, but I'm not. I got hijacked doing something else, but that is not a bad one. See that transition right here, right around that 60, right around the 63 mark. So I got down to 62.40. Now, if I'd taken that, I would have been looking at this level right here as potential support, right where it is now, potential support. Oh, Grumpy, yeah. In the Market Explorer, that's what he has set up. Transition, color transitions in the Market Explorer. Okay, well, I'm out of the call, guys. It was just, basically flat. Got a little greedy. Was hoping it would take out 39, but I'm also going to be taking my break soon. Hello from Italy. Yes, Eric. What are you about? I think you guys are about 9 hours ahead of me in Vancouver. 6 hours Eastern time. So what are you, about 1750 right now in the evening? Wow, look at RO. What happened here? ROIC just absolutely exploded out of this consolidation. Now, can't take the trade just because it's blue. Okay. I mean, it's same rules still apply. You can't, I'm not going to chase something that's so extended. See if there's any news on this one. Here we go. Blackstone in talks to acquire. So that's the deal, guys. They're in talks. I don't know how advanced they are. I don't know if Blackstone is going to actually confirm this, or these guys, ROIC, is going to confirm it. I don't know how much of a rumor this is, but there's your pop, and that's the reason. Okay, guys, I'm definitely interested in this ISPO, perhaps later on. I'd love to see it just hang around this area. Now, if you're in it right now, of course, I want it to go up for you, but if you're not in it right now, I'd love to see it hang around this area. And then, I get back from my break, 1:30, 2 o'clock, maybe the enthusiasm comes by, maybe we'll get a lot of volume coming in, takes out that high of the day and runs. I'm not saying it's going to happen, of course, but we see it a lot with these low floaters that kind of rest for a while, and then later on in the day, they have a kind of a late day run. Yeah, 1750. Yeah, that's what you're 6 hours ahead of me, 9 hours ahead of me in Vancouver, 6 hours ahead at Eastern time. Okay, guys. So in our main room, I will put the excuse me, the YouTube link in, so you guys can head over and listen to Michael when I take my break. And just to get set, I'll put my announcement up. I'm not gone yet, of course, but I will put my announcement up. And now I'll just wait for Michael to show up in our YouTube room. Now, is this shortable? Now, I'm not going to do anything because I'm going to be taking my break, but this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 4.8 million shares, 8 million shares. So, there's a part of me, first of all, well, that I don't know why I have the 200 on the weekly chart. I thought I got rid of it. But there's a part of me that says, again, this is a report of a Blackstone bid. I mean, we don't know where this is coming. No deal is certain. But right now, this is still ripping here. ROIC. Showing up here in the race, showing up in the momentum scan, showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. And I mean, people ask, I'm only showing you this because people say, well, where could I have seen this? Well, virtually any scan that has any sort of momentum built into it or highs of the day. Man, I don't want this to go yet. See how interesting this could be, guys, the ISPO, the longer it holds in this area. See how the volume is, sort of dwindling somewhat. And can you imagine, though, if it holds in this area and then all of a sudden we get a big volume burst? And it's all about the float, 2.2 million in the float. Let's take a look at PayPal again. So at this point, had I been short this at, just underneath 63 and it got down to 62.40, yeah, I mean, I would be taking some off. Okay. I know, the theory is that you don't get out of the trade until it turns pink, back to pink, but, I'm not going to I'm not going to let it come right back up to where I shorted it. Meanwhile, it keeps making a new high after new high. So ROIC. Well, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it keep going? Just on a technical level, where could it stop? I mean, it's all rumor based right now. 1637. 1637 is the next high looking left. So that's about $1 away. That's on a monthly chart. That's back in February of last year. Again, all rumor based right now. UE is another REIT. Okay, UE. Yeah, maybe a sympathy play. Yeah, okay. So maybe this, yeah, a bit of a sympathy play from Draw in our main room. See, that would have been nice right here. 2012, right around here. That little break, little transition, color transition right around there. All right, guys, 11:59. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. So you've got your YouTube link, and I hear a little pop. I think Michael's there. So guys, in our main room, I'll see you in about 1 hour. So I'm muting myself now. And I'm assuming I heard a little pop. Michael, that must be you, right?
You certainly did hear a little pop. How are things?
All right. And you are a little pop. You've got two little guys running around.
Yeah.
I don't know how little
One's
you
not
are,
running yet, but
trying to run. Trying
to, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure you're going to get a few. I've been directing people to go over to talk to you about Go No Go if they have any questions. So I'm sure you might get some calls there, or not some calls, but text messages there in the room regarding Go No Go.
Yeah.
And
the welcome videos are great, but of course we're here to help out when they've got through, or if there's any other questions. But yeah, this is one we need to do, and this is something I've talked to Dan about. Like this, every channel needs to be like this one, like the Go No Go channel, where we have these videos kind of explaining what's in the channel and how it all works. Rudy did this. Obviously, it looks too pretty for me to do, and I think he did a bang up job. So,
right,
yeah, we need to do more of this, I think.
Well, and what I'm also trying to do, Michael, is now I am showing a Go No Go chart all the time now, a 5-minute Go No Go chart all the time. And you said it was okay. So I'm trying to explain what I'm seeing, and I'm not using your scans, but I'm just using all my scans and checking out to see. Look at the PayPal as an example. It wasn't a huge move down, but if you look at PayPal, PYPL on a 5-minute chart, it had a nice little, but a 50-cent move on the color transition on the way down.
5 minutes.
So. And I think it's beneficial, because it's one thing to watch, as you say, a video, but if we can start to show real world examples day after day after day, I think people will get a little understanding about how it could be used. And like any other indicator out there, even though it's a combination of indicators, I don't know what they all are. It's not to blindly follow it. It's
absolutely
like anything
not.
else. It's not to blindly follow it. And I still have my rules in place.
Of course. No, I very much am a huge supporter of this, and anyone who follows me or hears me talk know I generally don't use indicators. I'm not.
Exactly.
Because
me neither.
They take away from the price action, which is the most important thing. But this, I find, does a great job of both of those. And one of those things, I don't know if you caught our conversation that we had in that Slack channel, Barry, but a lot of the swing trader guys, so Andy and Steve and myself, have been talking about how we'll use a normal chart for our swing trading. Say you want to buy Spotify or something like that. But the when to enter question is always a hard one. So what some of the guys have been doing is they've actually, just like you kind of mentioned, with a Go No Go chart for the intraday, and they're using that as their trigger
I see.
I'm going to get involved in this thing I'm planning on holding for multiple days. but I'm going to get involved. I'm going to wait until that as my go signal, right?
Mhm.
To take the swing trade. And they've been
Right.
finding it takes the guesswork out of, I like Spotify, but when do I buy it? It's just like, okay, just wait for this to turn green. So it's really, really cool to see just many different
Yeah.
people from different walks of trading life all finding some kind of benefit. I love it. I think it's
I
great.
actually like the orange line. I like the orange line keeping me out of a trade on either side. I really enjoy that, to be honest. It's saying, you know what,
Yep.
we don't
No, it's
see any advantage going one way or the other. So it's just, sit
yeah.
on your
So
hands until we get
yes,
a transition.
yeah, because when it's orange, there's an equal amount of positive trend as there is negative trend
Exactly.
indicators. So it's just saying, yeah, I can't make a decision for you. So
Hmm. All right, my friend, I'll let you go
yep,
now. I'll come back in about an hour and have fun.
absolutely. Talk to you
Okay.
then.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. All right, everyone. As always, giving Barry some much needed time off so he can go slam 74 beers and opening up the room to some live Q&A. So make sure you're asking questions about trade ideas that I think is really, really cool that we do at Trade Ideas that not a lot of other software providers will do, where we'll have this live chat running all day long. Again, I don't know how Barry does it and doesn't get exhausted every day, just by sitting there and chatting for all day long. So um, yeah, as you have questions about the software, make sure you come and you hang out, even if it's only for the live Q&A, because we always find it's much better to show than to just, there's one thing to send an email with a problem and we'll send you an email back and all of that. Phone doesn't work well at all uh, for supporting a software like this, but this unique ability we have where I can show you my screen, I can show you what I'm looking at, I think does a great job for that. I can show you exactly what it is that I'm looking at any given time. Um, you know, Click on the buttons that you want to click on and all that. So it's great. No, go make sure you're not right. You're not scrolled back like this. That's why I wouldn't update. Make sure you scroll your mouse so you're far ahead. But no, go updates in real time. The indicators are live and always there. I've seen some people do this. We have to make it so that even if you're scrolled all the way to this side of the screen, it will update, because you notice that if we wait here for 5 minutes, then this bar might be buried by the time access. So make sure you're scrolling back on your mouse to give as much kind of action as you want. But the yeah, so make sure you're scrolled back here. But yeah, they'll definitely update in real time. There'll be there's no issue there at all. That's most likely what I think is happening. So certainly take a look at that, Cyrus, to make sure that that's not what's happening. If possible, why do I not use indicators? So um, I generally am not a fan of indicators for a couple of reasons. One is, and the main reason is that they can obscure price, right? One thing that we do that's beautiful in Trade Ideas is you can put all of the indicator settings in your scan, right? So for example, this scan I have right here is just a short float scan, right? So I can go and I can put all of the indicators that I care about directly into the scan. So, for example, I have Bollinger Band on this, and I basically say I just don't want to see anything that's outside of the Bollinger Bands, and I want it above the 10-day moving average. Now I don't need it on my chart because I know everything that I click through here is going to have those things met. So I'm able to completely ignore the indicators now, and that leaves me open to the thing that I think is the most important when you're analyzing a chart is what's the price, what's it doing, where are levels of support and resistance, right? So this IOVA that we just opened up randomly, obviously $10 is a big level for it. It found support back here for 4 or 5 days at 10 before it broke down. And when it came back to 10, it rejected pretty hard from that level. So $10 on IOVA is a big, if I had, a bunch of moving averages and a MACD and RSI and all these things, it adds more to the analysis than I need, right? I want to do an analysis on IOVA, and then I want to kind of say, okay, I'm interested in this thing, say if it breaks 10, and then a stop will go here. And the more I add to the screen in the chart, the more convoluted all of that gets. And then the second thing is, I think people rely on indicators. There's people out there, and I'm not saying this is you, but we see it all the time, especially in support and everything, that think that if they have the right indicator or the right series of indicators together, that somehow there'll be some sort of magic that occurs, and then all of a sudden they'll be profitable traders, right? And we know just from all the studies that are done on traders and investors and all this, there is no magic, right? There can never be a series of indicators that you put together and then those series of indicators just print you money all the time. It's not the way the markets can work based off of how they function as self-correcting mechanisms, right? So there's nothing wrong with that, and there's nothing wrong with using an indicator that you like. So say, for example, I know Steve is a big fan of his 10 SMA, and that's kind of his guide in order to place trades, and I'm certainly not knocking that. There's nothing wrong with having an indicator or two. It's just, in my opinion, you need to avoid those two things, and the two things being, one, you need to make sure that you're not using so many indicators that it clutters what you're seeing on the chart, or that it clutters what's happening in your brain, right? It's called analysis paralysis. If you put 30 indicators on your screen and some are showing positive and some are showing negative, now it's taking you way longer to kind of dissect and analyze the chart that should be fairly simple. So as long as they are right, you understand that no indicator in the world is going to make you money, period, right? There's no indicator that's going to make you rich, right? And that it's whatever you're adding to your chart is not obscuring price and important price levels and memories and technical patterns, then I say go nuts, right? What you want to avoid is that classic too many indicators look, right? So this is a bit of a meme, but let me see if I can. I just Googled something on my other screen here. Hold on. Yeah, scrap this. I think this is a good example. There are people out there whose charts look like this. Right? And there's people out there who swear by kind of their charts looking like this. And if your charts resemble anything like this, then I think you've kind of lost the plot, right? The idea is that adding more things to your analysis, generally speaking, won't make or lose you money, right? It's more about having a couple things, a simple strategy that works consistently, right? And that's why I'm a fan of this go no go indicator that we just added, and it's because it does that for me, right? So Spotify here, if I go to a daily chart, you can see that I bought some in at this 330 area, and the idea was simple. It's a nice strong trending stock. it had earnings, it pulled back after earnings, then it turned around and it looks like it's going through. And I'm just playing against this level right here. If I had 1,000 indicators on, then that would be really hard. But now that I just have go no go on, I can do something simple to say, okay, use these bars as kind of confirmation. I can still see the pattern and everything. It would keep me out of the stock when it was doing this stuff. And okay, now it's breaking through. I could simply say, okay, I'm going to hold as long as we remain with this dark blue color on Spotify. So this is, to me, this is additive to price action as opposed to again, the too many indicators subtracting price action. Same thing with like a moving average. I could see, I don't think there's anything wrong at all with adding a couple moving averages to your chart. Let's actually, we could do it like this, and we could subtract. Right, this another one that I think is an okay one. So you take this EMA cloud, 8 and 21, whatever settings you want, certainly doesn't matter. And then doing something like this and saying, okay, I need, in order for me to be interested in the trade, it needs to be above this cloud and the cloud needs to be green. Simple binary rules like that, I think, are what indicators are good for. Very complicated, convoluted stuff that doesn't have any magic. So yeah, like Iris, like we're talking about, how accurate is it? It's 100% accurate in displaying how many of the trend indicators are pointing up versus pointing down. It's not accurate in the way that if you just sit back and use the indicator, it will make you money. That's just not how trading can ever and will ever be able to work. But it's perfectly accurate for the way it goes. And you can't use go no go on candlesticks, because if you did, you wouldn't know where the high, low, open, and close is in the candlesticks. That's why you have to use bar charts with it. Someone wants me to take a look at PayPal. I like things after like a couple days. So when you have an earnings event, like we had earnings this morning on PayPal, for me as a swing trader, the rule is to let this play out for a number of days, maybe a week, maybe two. But I'm not interested in this right here, because for now it's great that it broke out of this little base and it's holding that. If you look at the monthly chart down in the corner here, this thing's just been absolutely destroyed and it's still stuck in this base. But I need to see a lot of things. The first thing is, how does this day close? If it falls apart here and it closes below this area, then that's not really a good look. But I always wait for a number of days. I think that Spotify trade, I like having this open because I'm now in this position. I think this is a perfect example. Instead of really caring what happened on Spotify on the first day after earnings, I want to give the market some time to digest. You got to think earnings is a big push of new information, right? How many copies of whatever widget they're making is sold, how many how much money they're making, how much are they losing, how much cash they have, blah, blah. There's a lot of information that comes out on earnings. And it takes some time for the market to digest these things. So if you're day trading, then trading the day of earnings, it can be interesting because you get a lot of movement as the market tries to digest this. From a swing trading point of view, again, my philosophy is that you wait a couple days to maybe even a couple weeks and you let that information play out. So what I saw here on Spotify is that it was pulling back nicely. You can see declining volume. It pulled back really, really nicely here. And now it's breaking back through this prior area of resistance. So the trade for me is simple. I bought some as it got back through 331. My stop loss went down here at kind of 319. Now I just wait and see. I'm either right or I'm wrong. We'll find out in a couple of days, Michael, what time do you enter your swing trades? Do you track pre or post market as well when stop loss don't work? So for me personally, I completely sit out the morning. So I'm interested in the afternoon. So, PayPal, I just entered before I logged into to kind of hang out with you guys. That morning period of time is just, it's great for day traders, but for swing traders, I don't think it's a move. I could argue, and me and Barry have talked about this a few times, that if I were to ever get into day trading, discretionary day trading, I run systems that day trade for me, but if I were to ever get discretionary day trading, I think I would focus on the closing as well. But um, if you're day trading, you want the volatility. If you're swing trading, you don't want the volatility. You don't want to get triggered in at a bad price and have that stop you out and all this stuff. So for me, it's, I'm going to avoid the complete kind of craziness of that opening, and then I'm going to come in around noon or even later and see what's setting up on my watch list. I do all of my work when the market's closed. That's where I scan through, find my stocks the next day, run my analysis, because that closing price is the most important. That's a Dow theory thing from 200 years ago that still seems to hold true today. And then I do a lot of setting stop limit orders. So um, I had the browser up and I have a button for back, and the browser just went back and that kicked me out, but I'm back now. But yeah, so for me, when it comes to entering my swing positions and even exiting my swing positions, I'm just more interested in the close and the closing price, right? So, um, and that's just me personally. Uh, there's also ways you can automate those orders. So I think that's what I was talking about when I exited out there. The idea is the, um, I was interested in Spotify above 3:30, but I was only interested in Spotify above 3:30 in the afternoon. So what I could do is I could sit down anytime in the afternoon and I could just go to my broker and put out stop orders that would get me into the position if that occurs, and then also go from there, right? So these buy sell buttons we have on the chart right now, these are set up to the simulator, but I could set up these to my live account and I can just wait for that morning craziness to be over, and then I can just go through and I can click these buy sell buttons and move the stop losses and profit targets and all that kind of stuff around. So that's how I do it. I'm just not interested in that crazy opening price personally. For day trades, recommend timing on entries, 5-minute charts, 1 to 2. For Go No Go, if that's what you're talking about, we've been testing it internally, and everyone seems to agree 5-minute charts seem to be the sweet spot there. So that's what Barry's using. That's what I take a look at as well. You don't want these things to react too quickly. And what Barry's doing a lot of, and what I kind of agree with and makes sense to me, is that when you see either the aqua or the light pink, these are weak trends. So essentially means that most of the indicators are, so in this case for Spotify right here, this is saying most of the indicators are pointing positive, but not all of them. Some are pointing negative. And then when it starts to turn dark blue, so what you could do is just enter an order above the light blue candles, in this area be kind of right here, and then trade those. But remember, this is not something just to be, I'm going to wait for a bar to turn blue and then buy, right? That's not the design here. The design is to say, you're in a trend, make sure you're using things like support and resistance and trend lines and all those things that we know work in trend, to make sure that you're getting you're staying with the trend, right? It's not so much a trigger as in, right, buy here because this thing has changed. It's more of just the most successful way, the simplest way I could see people using it is saying, I will not, buy stocks when the bars are yellow or pink, or I will not short stocks when the bars are yellow or sorry, orange or blue. That to me is more of a thing that makes sense, or something simple like, now that the bars are blue on something like HIMS, I'm going to look to buy if an area of support or resistance breaks, right? So make sure you're combining the indicator with the indicator with the underlying charts. Let me bring up crowd. I can do that. So crowd turned to a no-go right here, and of course it's a trend indicator, right? So I could even have told you without looking at CrowdStrike that it's going to say go away, stay away from this thing, because they almost broke the planet for a second. You generally don't want to buy stocks that brought the whole world to a grinding halt for a while there. I think it's a good rule to have. So if possible, can you explain the closing price theory? Well, yeah, I would take a look, and I'll just type this here, but I would read Dow theory. So Dow theory is Charles Dow, who made Dow Jones Industrial Average and all these things, going to the godfathers of technical analysis. The idea is that, and this is a trading adage that you'll probably hear a lot, that amateurs open the market and professionals close it. And the logic there is that if you're a large institution, if you're a big player in the market, you're not trying to scalp the 10 minutes off the open. You're just not doing it. It's just not something that you can do with the liquidity you have and all of that. So the market is an auction mechanism, right? The market's this auction theory in which it's constantly and continuously trying to decide what the fair value for a thing is, right? That's the entire purpose of the stock market is, and some people lose sight of that. They think, oh, if I just find this one magic indicator, right? Just take a step back and think, what is the market? Well, it's a mechanism to find whatever the fair value of something is. That generally doesn't happen off the open because you have so much chaos and orders and all this going through. As the market settles down, where the market closed is way more interesting. And if you look at just basic candlestick setups and candlestick theories, people buying hammer candles and things like that, they require a close. You can't trade a candle. Spotify, this looks like, if we just look up a Morningstar setup. So Morningstar candlestick pattern, right? This is kind of looking like a Morningstar. We have a down move, a little doji, and then an up move. It's kind of, if you look at that, it kind of looks like what we're seeing here in Spotify, but this candle's not closed, right? So Spotify could be 350 by the end of the day. It could be 300 by the end of the day. I don't know, and nobody knows. So if you're using candlesticks, if you're trying to play with the way the institutions are playing, that kind of thing, that's all going to be done on the closing price. Right? There's a lot of noise intraday. And if you're an intraday player, that's great because that's what you want. You need that noise to play. If you're a swing trader, you're just more interested on close to close. So that's the way I do it. It's not, I'm no magic guru. But for me, it works a lot with my mentality as well, where on the close, I go through my entire portfolio of what I own. I decide what to sell part of, what to kill, what to do all these things with. And then I do my analysis on the market after it's closed. And then I wait for the next day on the close. So I have a distinct period of time in which I enter and exit orders. And again, it's always after that just opening craziness. How long do my swing trades last? It's going to be different. Obviously, a losing swing trade is hopefully going to become a losing swing trade much quicker than a winning swing trade. that should kind of be self-evident. I hope in a good day that I am stopped out quicker when I'm wrong than holding on when I'm right. I would say, when I say swing trading, and this is up to everyone, is my average trade would last a week, maybe two. Some trades can last just incredibly long periods of time. So if you watch the podcast, that means you do once a week. This SMR, I bought it in May. This is mid-May, and I was out on this candle here, on a break of this candle in July. So that was like 2 months. And that happens frequently where, if I'm in something and that trade is moving for me, then I'm going to let it go, right? I'm going to let it sweat. And then if I'm wrong, say I bought SMR here and it just tanked, well, then I'd probably be out in a day or two. So again, it's going to depend a lot on whether it's a winning trade or a losing trade. Time doesn't matter to me. That's the power you get from swing trading. I don't care how long I'm in a position. In a perfect world, I'm in positions for incredibly long periods of time. I'd love to hold a stock for years if it just was uptrending the entire time for years. Right? The chart itself will get me out, and that's a bit of a mental shift that happens from day trading to swing trading. Because if you're day trading, you constantly have this clock coming up, which is the end of the day, in which you exit positions. For me, I don't have that. I enter the trade. I let the price tell me when it's time to go. You take a look at something like ANF, right? During this period right here, how nice would it have been to been in ANF and just to hold ANF until the trend started to kind of degrade in this area. You would have doubled your money on this position in that time, and not have done anything for it. So for me, it's about how little can I do to yield the most amount of results. For swing trading, at the end of the day, do you only enter a stock if it closes higher? No. So for me, again, it'll be more about levels, right? So let's just go back to the Spotify example, right? If Spotify broke this right off the open, I wouldn't be interested in it. It doesn't matter what the candle really looks like. For me, it's about levels, right? I think that if we close above 330 on this one, that there's more of a chance that we move higher than lower. And I know that sounds simplistic, but that's kind of how trading should be, right? My analysis, this came from an algorithm, a couple algorithms that I've tested and I run. And the idea is that this level was important to the stock before. So that's my analysis on it. It gapped up on earnings, very strong. Right, let me bring out the right. This is the monthly chart. So this has been from $80 to $330 in pretty much a straight line. So a very, very strong stock. I want to buy stocks that are strong, and I want to avoid stocks that are weak, because there's insurmountable amount of evidence that makes more sense than buying stocks that are in downtrends. So this stock is obviously, for my time frame, in a nice strong uptrend. It had some sort of positive earnings. I don't really know what it is, but it's obviously positive if it gapped up 10%. Pulling back nicely. I know that this whole area right here could be support. So the plan becomes simple, right? If we can push back through that zone, then I want to buy it. I want to wait for the opening craziness and then buy it later in the day. That's what I did. My stop loss goes right here. So then the question is, so I'm in at 330 and my stop is 320. So I'm risking $10 a share. Do I think that I could get to 350, which would be right here? If so, then if I think there's a 50-50 chance that we get to here before we get to here, then kind of mathematically I have to take the trade. And I think that, yes, that's possible. And if we end up breaking that, I could see this trend continuing just by how strong Spotify is. So that's the idea behind it. But you can see how kind of simple the analysis is, right? The more complicated I think people make things. And I think this is very common. I don't think I think it's a human thing in which um, trading, in my opinion, right? They say, oh, it's fear versus greed. In my opinion, trading and investing is about avoiding pain, avoiding the pain of loss or the pain of missing out or whatever it is. And that guides everybody. And to avoid that pain, the natural inclination is to that the goal is that you have to trade more. And that's how you have to be more accurate, and that's how you avoid pain. If I'm right 70% of the time, then I'll feel less pain because I'm not wrong as much now. Uh, and to do that, people make trading more and more and more and more complicated. They get crazier and crazier and crazier, and they make things more and more complicated because they're hoping that they can find an indicator, a set of indicators that make them right more often. And I have found in my trading career that um, the uh, it it doesn't matter, right? It's like if you go to the gym and someone asks you like what you curl when you're at the gym, then you know that person doesn't go to the gym. It's the same thing as if someone asks like the win rate of something, because the win rate is completely irrelevant. I don't mind being wrong half of the time when I push a button. It doesn't bother me at all. I just know that if you just run the numbers, if you're wrong half the time, you make a bunch of money as long as your risk reward's right. Right. So let's take 10 theoretical trades, and let's say we're right 50% of the time. So we're going to win on average every time we place 10 trades. We're going to win 5 trades. We're going to lose 5 trades. But we have a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. So when we lose 5 trades, we're going to lose $100 per trade. And when we win, we're going to make $200 per trade. And again, this math is very, very simple, but really takes some time to internalize it, because again, everybody I see who's struggling with trading is trying to make things more and more complex. They figure the more that they know and the more they figure out, the better they are. But just this math right here, right? So when I'm right, I make $200. When I'm wrong, I lose $100, and I'm right half the time. So that means on every 5 trades, I'm going to make 200, right? Times 5 is $1,000. Let's go here. So I'm making $1,000 on my winning trades, and I'm losing 500 on my losing trades. So every time I place 10 trades, my expectancy with this hypothetical example is $500. Right? So if you knew you could do this consistently, then your goal is just to calmly and rationally and emotionlessly make that amount every time, right? How do I make $500? Every time I make 10 trades, I'm going to make $500. Okay, well, let me just calmly go to work and make 5 trades and make 5 trades, right? Then as my account grows, instead of risking $100, I'm risking $200. Well, now every 10 trades, I'm going to make $1,000, right? And then now maybe I'm risking $1,000 and to make $2,000. Well, now every 10 trades, I'm making $5,000, and so on and so forth as your account grows. And right, that's kind of all there is to it. So the question I think that every trader needs to ask himself when they are trying to analyze the market is really, if I go from 50% accurate and say I work really, really hard, and I add 17 different indicators to my screen, and I ask people over and over again, what's the perfect scan, or the perfect way to trade this, and let's say I get 55% accurate. Well, that goes, maybe I've made $600 instead. Or right? You could just, when you get to a place like this with your trading, you could just stay there and just slowly and calmly do the analysis on your trades, repeat this edge over and over and over again till the end of time. And that's kind of the way that I look at it, is that, if I have that edge, I just go, right? You mentioned PayPal. Yeah, well, when I mentioned PayPal, I said I wait 5 days, a week to two after earnings before I do anything. I wouldn't consider PayPal a huge increase on earnings at all either. So that's why I use Spotify as an example where I'm waiting. So it's up 7%, right? It's up to prices that it saw last month, like 3 weeks ago. So I don't consider this a huge increase at all, right? If you zoom out on PayPal, this is a dog of a stock that's stuck inside this giant range and not doing anything. For day traders, again, this could be very interesting because that had a nice move. For me, I'm not going to touch this thing for weeks, and I don't even really like the stock until it gets above this prior resistance. So it's nothing interesting to me, right? Holly, I haven't even looked at Holly today. This, yeah, and 5 minute. So these are the Holly trades. It looks like um, the longs aren't doing well, but the shorts are doing well. Like top tick this TOLU. This long is holding on. You had a little bit of profit before that fell apart. Um, that short didn't work, which makes sense. Some of these things are just crazy. This one's still going. And that one actually looks really nice. So that hasn't moved from the entry price, but if that breaks down, I see what Holly's looking at there. Neo top ticked that. That had a great trade. You're $2 in the money before it's bouncing now. This serve is just insane. I could see what I was looking at. Looking to buy a little dip there. Um, but that one didn't work. So what a mixed bag today. I'm looking for a scan for stocks that recently hit support and are bouncing up. Um, I would probably grab, if you go to the Market Explorer, and you just get there by going new and then Market Explorer window. We actually have, I'll open a window that has kind of this bluish background. And if you right click on this, go select strategy, and then look for support and resistance, we have a lot of support and resistance scans here as well. So if you just look at the at support, let's do this one, at support here, and you click through these scans, these are going to be stocks that are sitting on a support level right now. Instead of looking for them to hit a support level and then bounce, what I would do is I would go through this periodically. You can see the support levels that it's looking at here. Look at these guys at support and then set a price alert or something for them to bounce off, right? So let's just do an example. This UDR, now that has earnings. That's one that looks good. This PODD, this looks interesting. I see what the support algorithm. Obviously, support resistance are subjective, so you got to keep that in mind. But it's just looking at this kind of clear area right here, kind of 191 support. So instead of looking for them after they'd already bounced, what I'd do is I would just set an alert based off what you're seeing on the chart. So we got some equal highs here around the kind of 199, 200 area. You can just right click and set an alert there as well. And then the system will just tell you, hey, this thing's hit 199. That's going to be, I think, a way better way to catch those in real time. And then we have the same here for at support intraday charts. Let's go to an intraday. chart here, and we'll go to Google, right? It's saying, okay, here's a big support level here on Google on the intraday chart, about 171-ish or 170.75. And I would do the same thing. I would just click through this guy periodically. And then if you want to day trade Google, if that's something that you're interested in, then yeah, it's got a pretty solid support area right here. So you would just kind of take the trade based off of what you're seeing there. So I check those out. I think those are really good for support resistance. I built them. They were complicated to build because again, very subjective. What is support? What is resistance? All that kind of stuff. FOMC results tomorrow. Do you usually scale down your holdings before the announcement? No. I generally won't enter anything like yesterday and today. But today I bought that Spotify. That's about it. Not really much else. You get a lot of this kind of back and forth slop before FOMC announcements. I find personally, you have to always think, right? If you're a large institution who's looking to take a bet on the market, do you take that bet today, or do you wait tomorrow until things chill out? So yeah, I just don't. My rule is I basically won't enter anything. Again, Spotify, but that's about it. It's the only trade I've taken really so far this week. But other than that, I'll kind of scale down if things make sense. Like I bought this Capital One Financial a couple days ago at this kind of 150 area. Got triggered in a little bit more at 150 today. Just an order I had outstanding. I'll probably sell a little bit of this. But yeah, nothing, I don't really treat it too much. It's just it's a thing that occurs. And if you're trading small enough that each individual trade can't hurt you very much, then what will happen is over the long run, you'll have as many trades working for you as you do have trades working against you. And right, it's just going to be the way that she goes, right? So what chart setting? I'm just on a daily chart. That's it. I've got this indicator on the EMA cloud, and I have settings of, what are my settings? 8 and 21. And this was just, I was demonstrating something here. Yeah, so I have 8 and 21. That's it. It's a neat little indicator. It's a neat little moving average system. Again, I'm not a big indicator guy. There's no I have yet to find a bit of magic from any indicator. So yeah, FOMC, and then because if you avoided every market moving report, then you're not really able to do anything because you have, well, we can just look. There's always something going on. Right, this morning we had JOLTS, job openings, whatever that is. Right, tomorrow we have FOMC, but then before then we have employment cost index, and then the next day we have unemployment claims and ISM manufacturing. It's just you just can't predict these values, what they're going to do to the market or what's going to happen, right? So it's like you trade small, right? You make sure that if any trade is making you very happy because you've won a lot of money, or if any trade is making you very sad because you lost a lot of money, then you're just too big. That's the way I look at it. And I'm trying to exploit a small edge over a long period of time to make money. So what's the logic behind using 21? I don't know. It's a common one. Again, I don't use indicators very much at all. It's just I was making an example. There is no magic setting. I think 21 is roughly, with the EMAs, it equals about a month, because the EMA calculates a little bit different because it puts more weight on shorter term data than longer term. But again, no magic. So insurance is just ripping today. Healthcare. So XLV. No, XLV is down. XBI also down. Interesting little action here on XBI failing at this prior high. Hit it once, pulled back, hit it twice, failed again. Very interesting. The channels are all of our preset scanners for now. Right? The question is always going to be, what do you want? Because it's obviously going to be different depending on what you're after. The I would take a look at the channels, right? But I make sure you're not falling into the trap where a lot of people do, where they're looking for a scanner to give them a trading plan, right? It's not the way it works. It's the other way. Right? Have your trading plan together. Do the work to have a trading plan and all that kind of stuff, and then find a scanner to match that. Finally, a blue candle in IBIT. So you're looking to buy Bitcoin. That's actually, I brought up IBIT because this wolf is interesting to me. So this TeraWulf is a Bitcoin miner, and again, just me looking at my levels. This $4 level was a big deal back here. And when it broke that, it shot up 50% in just a number of weeks, and now we're back to that level. So I'm just taking a look at this and seeing, right, if we get a bounce here kind of later in the day, it just might be an interesting place to take a pullback of this strong trend. Is kind of what I'm looking at, right? Which scanner do you want? So what scanner are you looking at for what of your trading plan? This one up here, these guys can't be copied just because they're looking at a symbol list. It's just showing me what sectors are up or down on the day. That's mostly what I take a look at. You can see this thing kind of moving each day. The one that I had at support, if you're looking for stocks that are at support on a 1 minute interval, then again, just go to tools, or sorry, new, and then Market Explorer window. And when you right click and click select strategy, we have all kinds of support and resistance scans right here. Yeah, so again, it all depends. Make sure, and the reason I harp on this is I see it a lot. Make sure you're not falling into the trap of thinking a scanner is a trading plan, right? A scanner is a way to find stocks that meet your trading plan, right? For stock picks like spot, so to do spot, I went through multiple hundreds of scans. There was not a single ticker. There's not a single scan that I did to find spot. What's the best one to find? Probably, let me see. This might get you started. Power. Let me share this one. This might be a good one to get you started. So this one's looking for stocks that recently have reported earnings and are strong. It's basically the whole premise behind the scan. Right, so it's looking for names. This yellow horizontal line is going to be earnings. And then I go through this to say, okay, what of these I end up liking? So yeah, the idea is simple. There's been an earnings announcement, and the stock is still relatively strong. So this is one that I go through each night, and then you can sort by things like how high up in different ranges is it. Man U, right? Here's your earnings, so you can look at that and say, well, that was pretty positive earnings. Went from 16 to $17 in a day. That's a strong day. And then, as always, there's no excuse to not do all of your analysis, find your support resistance zones, all that kind of stuff, and then take the trades as you see them there. But remember, always start first with a trading plan and then find a scan to meet your trading plan, not the other way around. So many people fall into that trap. So I know I harp on it a lot, but so many people out there are looking for the scan that's going to make them a good trader. And it's like, no, your trading plan will make you a good trader. And then your scan is just a way to save time to find the things that meet that plan, right? I lost the cloud on my charts, just right up here. So this little FX button, you click on this guy, and then there's the EMA cloud options there. You can just click on that, and it will come up with this little box, and you just set what you want. So, that could be Cloud 2, could be something like a 30-day and a 50-day. And then maybe Cloud 3 is a 150 and a 200, right? So you can do up to 3 clouds at once and change the opacity of them. Click OK, you'll see them all pop up here. So just like anything, right? Indicators are meant to do just that. They're to indicate things, to show a very simple all indicator. This is why most traders you'll hear talk about focus on price, because indicators are a combination of price and volume. So the better you are at studying price, then the less you'll need indicators that are based off of price. But again, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking something like an EMA cloud and using it as a trend indicator and say, hey, I just want to buy things, as long as this cloud is pointing up, it's green, I want to buy things that are in that trend. And then it's the same kind of thing with Go No Go. I don't think there's anything at all wrong with saying I'm going to use Go No Go as a way to make sure I'm in the direction of some sort of underlying trend. And then if the thing turns into a no-go, then it's time to exit. Again, I don't think there's anything at all wrong with thinking like that. As just a guide, but just know it's just that. It's kind of just a guide, right? If you're not seeing the FX buttons on your chart, then first of all, make sure you right click and make sure use browser interface is on. And if use browser interface is on and you're not seeing the FX button, then you must be on an old version of TradeIdeas. So you'll have to go and update. Yeah, those itchy and scratchy clouds. You'll notice that there's a lot of traders out there that gravitate to an indicator. And then they end up becoming really good traders, and a lot of people attribute that to the indicator they're using. I think it's completely the other way around. You look at someone like a Brian Shannon, who we have a channel for, and he uses anchored VWAP a lot. in his analysis. He's going through his charts. He's using anchored VWAP. He's doing a lot of analysis based off of that. I don't think the anchored VWAP is what made Brian Shannon a good trader. I think it's one of those that he's learned to use that indicator incredibly well, and then that ends up being his guide. So I always say, if you're going to use an indicator, pick one and just really master it. Right? There was a guy called Andrew Caldwell, I think his name, and he got nicknamed Dr. RSI because he ended up being so proficient using RSI in his analysis. It ended up being all that he did, and he did fantastically in the market over his years. Rest in peace. And again, I don't think it's because RSI has any magic. I think it's one of those things where I think it's one of those things in which it was his mastery of that indicator. So yeah, if you want to scan just for the S&P 500 on a list, just right click and hit configure. And then we have this symbol list tab right here. You can always click add an existing list and just find whatever list you want to go as well. So you'll see we have SP 500 right here. So you can add that, and then when you click on it, right, it will say only the following lists right here. And if your Market Explorer, someone else asking your Market Explorer is blank, you just have to right click and go select strategy, and then all your strategies are right there. I heard a clickberry. I know you're there. I know. I heard you already.
All right. I thought I could sneak up on you and really scare you, make you jump out of your seat. But to no avail.
So no Michael, avail. Not this time, anyway.
Not this time. I'm actually going to try a 3-minute chart. I was experimenting with a 3-minute chart versus, of course, I've had the 5-minute chart. This is on the Go No Go, of course. And 2-minute was way too frothy. I'm looking at some of the 3-minute charts, comparing them to the 5-minute charts. And, you know, as always, it's going to get you in a little bit earlier. Whether the trend continues is always going to be the thing. But I'm actually
I know seeing... I was just going to say, I know the Trader TV guys a lot. And they're scalper day trader guys. They use the 3-minute chart, which I always thought was a weird time frame, but yeah, they use it.
Well, I see we had it. I mean, that's the only reason. I didn't even know we had the 3-minute chart. I know we 1, 2, 3, and 5. No 4-minute chart, but no, I'm going to start using a 3-minute chart and just sort of seeing what I see. You know, see if we get a little bit earlier, but the trend, you know, is still intact to a certain degree. I'm looking at FMS as an example. If you look at a FMS on a 3-minute chart, and you get the alert around 1937, got up to 1949, continuing. And if I had looked at it on a 5-minute chart, it was, well, quite a bit later. And I was cycling through a bunch of charts. I wasn't just sort of cherry picking that one. So I'm going to try a 3-minute chart and just see what happens.
Yeah, well, and then, you know, again, I love this feedback, and I've got a meeting with those guys soon, sometime this week, to talk about, because we kind of soft launch it. We haven't been talking too much about it kind of publicly, but now we're going to switch into, okay, the test drive's done, right? We can start emailing people and talking about it and doing that kind of stuff. So
right,
and I've mentioned a few times you using it for day trading, because again, it was built for like investment advisors.
I understand.
So yeah, they're really jazzed on it. So I'll take a look at that. They think it's great.
Take a look at ISPO, Michael. Okay, take a look at ISPO on a 5 and a 3. Okay, there's a big difference. Now it worked both cases, but look on the 3-minute chart, and you're getting in right around $8. And if you look at the 5-minute chart, you're getting in around, you know, 850, 840, 850. And they both jumped up to 9. And it's pulled back, but that you know, that is a very whippy one, low float and all that. But yeah, I'm intrigued. I was cycling through a whole bunch of them, and I thought, okay, this is not too bad. 3-minute might be a bit of a trade-off between the 2 and the 5. I'll let you know.
No, but yeah, keep the experiment up and yeah, let me know because again, it's one of those like they built the thing and they never kind of imagined it being used like this, but now
Sure.
that it is, they're super pumped just to get kind of more pro traders, day traders idea behind it, right? So.
Okay, my friend, I'll let you go now. It's 1:02, a little overtime for
Awesome.
you. So thanks for spelling me. We'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. And let me get my music going. Oh, now, ISPO chart up. This actually jumped earlier than I thought it might, but take a look at it on the 5-minute when I was doing my exercising, which is basically right in front of my monitor, and I saw this, and so that got me into the trade. Okay, it was very quick for me. I mean, I got in around 8:40. It got up to 9 something. It pulled back, and yes, in theory, you're supposed to keep in the trade because it hasn't turned, but I'm not going to be an idiot. Okay, so. But what I was saying to Michael is that I started cycling through a lot of the charts, and I'm going to experiment with a 3-minute chart. Now, I don't want to appear like I'm cherry picking, but obviously in this particular case, that would have been a lot better using a 3-minute chart on the ISPO. You would have got in around 8. There's that transition right there. So I'm going to experiment a little bit with a 3-minute chart and just see what happens. So what is happening here? Yeah, no. So the last time I looked, the market was kind of resting. And then now look at this. Yeah, 1245, another big red candle down. And now the Dow has gone negative, and boy, the Nas is really getting thumped again. Who has earnings this afternoon? Is it Amazon after hours? Or is it Microsoft? Is it Microsoft? Yeah, Microsoft has earnings after hours today, MSFT. I think Apple has it tomorrow, has earnings tomorrow. So these insurance companies have still been pretty good. I mean, let's take a look at ROIC. I don't know if it's given it up yet. Last time I looked, it was still hanging around the 1540 level, 1520 level. Okay, it's pulling back a little bit now. And so we saw, as Draw pointed out, UE moved up, sympathy play, pulling back a little. Okay, guys, sorry, just adjusting something. So the same thing. If this turns pink and then red, this might be a short for me for the UE. Take a look at the ROIC. I think it is starting to, if it gives up 15, because this is still a rumor. Okay, I mean, unless somebody has actually said. This is according to people familiar with the matter. Okay, no deal is certain. Blackstone declined to comment. ROIC did not immediately respond to requests. Trend line indicators. Well, you can draw a trend line, Joshua, if that's what you mean. If you're talking about drawing a trend line on a chart. Yeah, if I right click, I don't draw trend lines, but if I right click on a, say this daily chart right here, if you can see what I'm doing, if I right click and then go to, where am I going to? Properties. No. markup. Okay, markup, and here trend line. So you can draw trend lines. Okay. So we'll just go to markup. So click whatever chart you want, right click, go to properties, I'm sorry, markup, and then trend line. And then you can draw a trend line. Okay. Okay, so what that was, that's not a trend line, okay? You're talking about this? Like if I look at NEO, if you see NEO, you see a little red up here and green down here. They're not trend lines. This is just, these are AI alerts, okay? So they're saying there was your risk up here. If it got up there, that's where you'd get out. Well, a little higher probably. 1886, you can't see it on the chart. And then this would be your reward area. Okay, this is just automatic. They're not trend lines. They're just, I don't even know what you call them. I mean, they're just risk reward lines, areas. More importantly, if I get off, I'll get off of, let me just get another one. Okay, so here's another one, okay? You're talking about this, the green shading and the red shading. That you see with ACB here. As an example, I can click on anything. Just give me a moment. Ugh, it's jumpy, but that's what you're talking about, right? Unless you're talking about the red line that gets drawn automatically. So every time you click on an alert, if you right click on a chart and you go down to properties and right at the bottom here, it says show smart risk levels. If you check that, what that's telling you is that if I took this trade right now, okay, at 690 for IVP, my smart stop would be down here. It's generated automatically. Let's see if I can get one that's a little more visible on this. There we go. So they're saying it's a guide, okay? If you took this trade right here for Doug, 195, they'd say put the stop right here at 188. That's a guide. And if you're risking $100 a trade and you got stopped out there, you'd lose 100. This little 200 up here, it's nothing magical, okay? All it's because you cannot actually see where that target is. It's just double the difference between if you got into this trade here at 195 and your stop is at 188. So say that's 7 cents. So you would add 14 cents to this, and if you could see it on the 15-minute chart, that would be a target. I don't look at targets ever. Okay. I mean, if I were ever going to use anything like this, I would maybe obey the stop, the suggested stop. It's based on some math. You know, it takes the volatility of 15-minute candles, high and low of the day, feeds it in, and you get a smart stop. There's no math involved in a target because it's just double the difference between your entry and your stop. The difference between those two prices, and you double it. So there's no real math in that. Okay. But if you wanted to follow a little bit of a guide here, yeah, I mean, I've never done it. You know, I have my own idea where I'm putting my stop. This, well, not the whole, no, no, no. So Jay, this is just a go, no go chart. Everything else is, you know, just my scans and stuff. This is a go, no go chart. This is not the go, no go channel. This is just a go, no go chart. Well, I mean, again, not necessarily. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. There's the charts today have been more color shaded than they're presented for today. I mean, I'm just showing you. I mean, all I'm doing is I'm just clicking on alerts, any alert that I've got, anything. Okay, and it's just sort of pictorially showing you. Obviously, red bad, green good. The problem with the green is that it's way up here. If we could see this on a 15-minute chart, if I had a big 15-minute chart up, you would see that the green would be double the size of the red, if that makes sense. But every time you click on an alert, you're going to get a smart, as long as you have the smart stop enabled, right click on your chart, click on properties, down here, show smart risk levels, check it. And then every time you click on an alert, you know, you'll get it. There's yours. Like this one might show the actual top. You see how the green is about double the size of the red? And this changes, of course. This infers, this stop here, this infers that if you bought it right here, okay, at 142, you put your stop at 136, okay? If later on in the day you clicked on ONMD and OMD was up here, that stop would, the stop constant is always being adjusted, of course. Okay, it's based on where you get into the trade at the current. If you get into the trade at the current price, a stop is generated. So of course that's not going to. So later on in the day, if you didn't, you know, if you clicked on ONMD and it was up at $3, the stop would be, you know, very, very different from this stop down here, if that makes sense. It's all based on where on the current price, which makes sense. I mean, you'd never want to, if this went up to $4, you wouldn't want to have the stop still way down here. But I don't use it, okay, because I have my own my own idea of where I'm going to place my stops. But you know what? If I were starting out, you could always try this. Use these stops, assuming you get into, you know, you're into something that you would normally take, but then you're a little bit confused about where you're going to put a stop. You could always try this. Hopefully that makes sense. Well, okay, guys. Now the ISPO, it's possible. It is possible still that it could have that late day jump. Okay, it is pulled back. Did get up to 9 something, 933 or so. I'm going to stick a price alert up in that area. But it's possible that what time is it now? 117. So it's possible that later on it could still take a run. Okay, are you talking about Michael? I don't use this anymore. You're talking about the curve. I don't use it anymore. You're talking about this these guys, right? I don't use it. Talking about Ripsters. You're talking about this? Are you talking about this? Talking to Joshua in our YouTube room. So I don't use this, okay? I don't use it anymore. So I think Michael went over it though. Okay, yeah. So that's just the Ripster. I mean, you can add that, I believe, to any chart by clicking on this. You have to be in our. You have to be. Where's that F? You have to be in our using our browser-based. Yeah, you have to be using the browser interface chart. Okay, and then there's a little F that shows up. It's interesting. It's not on the go no go charts, but yeah, I don't use it. But he even said that. I mean, he has it, but I don't think he's not a big indicator guy. Like same like as myself. I didn't really find a use for it, to be honest. Okay, it's not it's not to smear it or anything. I just couldn't find it that it gave me an edge. I do like the go no go charts. But if you click on a chart, you have to make sure you're using the browser interface. I can't do that now because it'll drive my chart crazy. Try on this one. Okay, I will duplicate it, get it out of it. And let's see if it does drive it crazy. Well, where is it? Should be a little F or something. Maybe I have to. Well, again, if I go to the Ripster channel, you'll see it. This is what I'm talking about. Go to the Ripster channel, and you should see that little FX. Okay, the little FX. I think what happened is, I had to expand it. That little FX allows you then to create your own EMA cloud with your own EMA, SMA, however you want it to be. Don't ask me what you should use because I'm not an expert. I don't do it at all. But you can see when you see how here you can have your settings, create your settings, cloud 1, cloud 2, cloud 3. But again, please don't ask me because I just don't use it. What you should use. But you have to be using our browser-based chart, and then that FX should show up somewhere. Well, I think they use a default of 5 and 12, Joshua. But again, as Michael said, he's not an indicator guy. I know that the Ripster guys use a default of 5 and 12. That I think that's a default for their clouds that you see. But everybody's different. Somebody asked a question in the YouTube room. Why 21 EMA? I have no idea. There are people that use a 9 EMA. There are people that use an 8 EMA. Steve uses a 10 SMA. I suppose if you're into those sort of indicators, it's a matter of experimenting. I think this is what you were talking about. Give me a moment. I think this is what you were talking about, Pepe. Where is the? I know what you're talking about to get this up here or this up here. Where's that little down arrow? I thought there was, to expand it to get all that information up there. Oh, that's too big. I see. Okay, yeah. So there's the FX. So I mean, if you have a small chart, or maybe once you do it, so you have to have it at least a certain. There you go. So you have to have at least a certain size before you can see that FX. Yeah, there's no right or wrong, Joshua. If anybody says you must use an ADMA on your chart, that's the only moving average you should use. I mean, they're just wrong. Okay, if it works for them, fantastic. But others will, like Steve, swears by the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Swears by it. Nobody's going to, and he seems to be able to make it work. Well, yeah, I agree. Like right here, right here. Now I'm not on the browser interface. I thought I was actually. You know what's going to happen if I click browser interface here? I thought I was on the browser interface on this one. I was in my pre-market. Problem if what's going to happen if I click on browser interface here, it's going to try to load every single symbol that I loaded all day long over and over and over and over again. So I'm not going to do it, but I'll make sure tomorrow it is the browser interface. I do like the browser interface. I do like the at the top. I don't like, but I do collapse it. So I just was following your conversation, Dip Buyer. Great pullback scanner. So are you talking about Intraday? But are you talking for intraday or, well, let's see, new? Oh, 5 minute intraday. Okay, let's take a look. Market Explorer. This is what you're talking about then. Go, no go. And go pull back 5 minutes. Okay. And now I have to be careful here. So link to all. So that's all I don't want because it's going to turn these into the go, no go charts. And I don't want that. Now this is green. Link to all. I think what I'll do, I'm gonna do it from within the channel. And on a 5 minute, I guess. Let's make it on a 5 minute. All right. So this is what it's looking for. So Michael, I mean, these analysts, they come up with price targets. I mean, that's whether what do I think about them? I suppose it depends on the analyst. I mean, Goldman came out with a price target yesterday of 9 for some stock. I can't remember what it was, and it caused it to move down. But they're usually meant for longer term. Sometimes they'll have an immediate effect, immediate effect. I just think that some analysts, might hold more sway than others. But definitely, I mean, the price. But again, you can find, you'll look for news on a stock. You'll see it's down. Say, wow, why is it down? And then you look and you see, or up, and you'll see that some analysts have put a price target on it. So it could affect the day, sure. Okay, so William has got his internet all settled, so he will keep the room open until 4ish. He might keep it open a little after. Microsoft has earnings after hours. So, Dip, what do you think you're seeing here? Say for ROIC, okay? This is a pullback here, and then now what? In theory, we're waiting for it to turn blue, or would you take it now? So I'm looking at CLDX. Yeah, I'm just not sure what I'm seeing. So there was an opportunity right here. If I've been watching, see, this is how listen. This is how I would be doing, how I would be using this. I may have a basket of stocks, maybe 10 I would want to follow all day long. Okay. Like PayPal, like the stocks that you think have some movement in them. And then you start just cycling through. So here's PayPal. I mean, I miss this one because I'm not staring at PayPal, but I would have had it maybe as a thumbnail chart. And so right here, an opportunity to buy PayPal on that transition around 63.66. And, before it pulled back, I got up to 64.21. I mean, that's excellent. Okay. This is on a 3 minute. Let's just see where it would have been on a five. You see, it would have been, yeah, quite a bit different. 63.80. What did I say on the three? Not a huge difference, about a 15-cent difference. But if you're only going to get 40 or 50 cents, that is a big difference. I'm going to definitely try this on the 3 minute. Oh, I see what okay, dip buyer, I get it. If you had seen them, yes, at the time. Look what happened. See, I hate that it does that. I have to figure out the colors. This one didn't do it. That's why I didn't because it was unchecked. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I have to replace these charts now. Not a big deal. Just what is going on? He's shaking his head, saying, "What are you doing, Barry?" All right, guys. Wow. Okay, look at the market now. We are now, what time is it now? 1:37. So another 8 minutes for this to close. So if this remains green, this will be 45 minutes up. Or remains green. I'm keeping an eye on this ISPO, guys. This could, what time is it now? 1:38. If we get the volume coming back in, it could have another late day spurt. Speaking of one that I got out of, the COLL, I guess anyway, I want to see the COLL. Yeah, so this now would this have kept me in the trade a little bit longer on a 3 minute? I'm not sure because I was, now it would have been working wonderfully. I was in at 38.62, and so had I been able to keep, but this could have jogged me out anyway. But I could have got back in right here, 39. Well, I'm definitely going to be watching this ISPO. I've just seen it too many times. Right now, orange, meaning, you know what? We don't see any advantage going long or short. That's what that orange means. My guess is that if it got up to 850, took that out up here, we could turn blue and that could set it on its way again. So, having said all that, I should put a price alert right up here for the ISPO and see if it takes that out. And then that gets it running on volume. I don't think anybody's really, well, tomorrow is at 2:30. Are they having a presser also? Probably. If the rate decision, FOMC is tomorrow. I don't think anybody is expecting them to reduce rates tomorrow. I keep hearing first one, maybe September, maybe. All right, guys, one last look at my homepage. And this promo code is still alive. I don't know for how much longer. Maybe it'll be tomorrow, but No guarantees. I thought it might be over last night. And this is what I'm talking about. So here is a promo code to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. As always, use my code. Really will help to keep this room free. Room gets credit for all the subscriptions when people use whatever promo code they find on my homepage. Must do to get started. 10 short videos, download it, install, first startup and log in. Introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows. Okay. There is a presser. Okay. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos designed for you if you're new to trading. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. It is free. If you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. So the scans that I'm currently showing. The momentum scan is here. The race is up here, this race on the top here. This is this race. Pulse resumes right there. And then the continuation or reversal scan is right here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. I do not have them all up and running at the same time. That would be way, way, way too many. But for instance, you might say, I don't care about this one, the gap continuation or reversal scan, but would mind seeing maybe the upside movers versus the downside movers or daily reversals, you know? I'm not getting the Market Explorer window in my trade ideas and Michael showed. Okay, so I didn't, I never go there, but let me see if I can figure it out. So I'm on my home page. So I think, didn't he say to click on my trade ideas? Is this what you're talking about? Oh, the Market Explorer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're talking about the Market Explorer. Sorry. Excuse me. So new. Yeah, Market Explorer window. And so when you click on this, so you're not getting this because this is part of the standard service. And then you're okay. Then you right click and then select strategy, and then this all explodes. Now, if you're talking about go no go, you're talking about go no go because this is an add-on now. Okay, this was we allow people to have access to it during the test drive, but this is now an add-on. So I don't know what you're saying, but it is an add-on. Oh, you did know you had to right click. Okay, it was that simple. Good. I like simple. Oops. Remember what happened? Yeah, because I went into Market Explorer. Oh, this ISP looks good. I mean, it really is looking a little bit juicy now. I love this to turn blue, though. Turn blue. Not a great spread right now, 840, 850, tightening up a bit. Now, listen, I run the risk, of course, of taking like a massive move immediately. And sure, that will turn green or blue, but I'll miss, I'm not going to chase it. That's what I risk. Fascinating. Look at this. I mean, 38.40, 38, 37.40. I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do all manually, but something like around 860 or so as my buy. But I might have to act very quickly. It pops through. May not do it. This is keeping me out of the trade right now because it did not turn blue on the 1 minute. Yeah. Well, it's blue on a 15 too, but I mean that's a misnomer. You just have the feeling this is going to be the one, that I'm not telling anybody to take it right now, but you just have the feeling this is going to be the one that is going to have the late day craziness. It's just teasing us right at that 850. I'm talking about the ISPO. Really? At 817? That's interesting. Right down here. See, the turn, it turned from the orange to the little whatever color that is at 817. Oh, the price at 817, but not blue. Interesting. Wonder why. Well, so far it's keeping me out of the trade. Because yours is better. Probably. This is what I'm doing, guys. I have I got within Interactive Brokers, I've got a price at 861. I've got the shares I want. And if it just soars, I don't know how many I'll get of the shares I want, but that's kind of what I'm doing. And I'll be manual because I have the feeling if it gets to 860, that'll turn blue. I may be completely wrong, but that's what I'm doing. I hope this is going to be a situation where it really pays to have patience and wait. And well, in both ways. If I don't get into the trade because it didn't work, that's and I didn't take the trade, that's like making money also, as opposed to thinking it's going to do what I'd like it to do. Well, the problem is I can't go away. I can't click on anything else because I've got to have my order entry set up. I know I can have, I guess, a couple of them, but I don't want to do that. And I'm talking within Interactive Brokers. Wow. Now look, it works. Mine is better, Pepe. If yours turned blue here, mine's better. Now, granted, you could have taken a quick scalp on it, I guess. So now this yellow line, this orange line is saying, don't do anything. The price had turned back to that key green. So I actually find this very cool, guys. I mean, this kept me out of the trade. I almost guarantee that I would have taken this trade before, got to that 850 mark. I probably would have taken that trade. I would have had to stop. It's not, I wouldn't have got killed or anything, but the fact it did not turn blue kept me out of the trade. And therefore I made money. Now I can move on. CMAX. All right, guys, I've got a little over half an hour left for me. Now, if you have any questions, it's a great time to ask. Okay. Don't be shy. I know I say it I think there are just people out there that think a couple things. They don't want, they think they're maybe, I don't know, it's a stupid question or something like that. There are no stupid questions, honestly. Say it every time. We all started out new at one point. And I wish I had had the ability to ask stupid questions way back when. But there are no stupid questions. Okay. I don't mean to say it like that. What you think is a stupid question is not stupid at all. If you don't know something, I mean, we all started out new at one point. So that's about the same, Pepe, right? That's about the same. There's 8:35 right there. That's orange on the 3 minute right here. I mean, I don't know exactly. I don't know how that works. If it actually was orange at 8:43 or it turned orange down here. Actually, a little excited tomorrow to use the 3 minute. See, maybe a little earlier in the day. There was one I was looking at earlier. What was it? Leslie. Yeah, again, kept me out. It had to hit 310 or 308. Look what happened. There's a blue line there. Didn't never triggered. Is ROIC still moving? Ooh, no kidding. Yeah, I had a nice little pop off the 15. Still not over, but there's I don't know, rumor that they're going to be bought out. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Ooh, look at 10B. 10B just took a big pop here. And it's an earnings play tomorrow after the market closes. So this has got nothing to do with this 10B though. It just took a big pop here for some reason. And I'm talking TENB, 10B. So to see if there's any news on this one. There, I don't know, William or one of you guys with a news service. Do you see anything on 10B? I'll have to look up. Thank you. Thank you. I was in the general market talk. There you go. Hired advisor after takeover interest. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. William, you were bang on. Did you take the short on the Bion, BYON? I mean, you were bang on. I remember you talking about this one in the pre-market, thinking it would, I think you did some analysis, financial analysis of the company, and you thought it would really fade. And look what it did. Got up to 1554, 1265 now, pretty steadily down all day. Other than that little, well, that was well, if you'd taken the short here at 15, if a person had taken the short at 1525, you could have written it down to 13. On this, you would have probably either got out of everything or some. And then you could have maybe even re-entered a short right around here. And that was the BYON. And lots of shares available. Yeah, 2 million. Now on the weekly chart, looks like it might be coming into, well, still has room. $12 is the next lows on the weekly chart. All right, guys. Well, another 20 minutes or so for me, 25 minutes. I see Pfizer is at the high of the day now. Pfizer, PFE at the high of the day. Earnings play. It's had a nice month, really, I guess. Not a huge run. I mean, 27 to 31. All right, I'm going to do this anyway, Pepe, because I'm getting set to shut down. I'm just going to make a mess of this for a while. Actually, it's kind of cool. It's like doing a history time lapse, except very quickly. Does it show how many symbols I click on all day long? I'm just continuing to watch the ISPO. Time is it right now? 2:08, so still have time. I can stop it from changing. No, I can't. Yeah, I can't type a symbol in. It's weird, isn't it? No, I'm not going to. I have ISPO on another chart, so I'm not going to miss it. However, this is what used to happen. Used to get hung up. I'm hung up. Well, I'll be watching it in my brokerage account. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I should not have done this. This is the longest this has ever happened. I didn't think it would be this long. This is what happens when you take a normal chart or the legacy chart and turn it into the browser interface chart, and you do it late in the day. It starts wanting to load every single symbol that you ever looked at, and over and over and over and over again. So that's the reason this is happening. And I'm actually hung up. And so you know what I'm going to have to do is, oh, at least I could do this. All right, not hung up anymore, at least. There you go. Well, for me on the 3-minute chart, it turned here at 8:36 blue, right around here. But I have my doubts. I mean, I still think it's going to have to get over 8:53. Now, the other thing I may do, I may get rid of this 15-minute chart here. Not really looking at it anymore. This call, COLL, was a really, once it kind of settled down a bit, it was a really nice one. There's another 38.99, so a little bit over, say 39. Okay, guys, about 15 minutes left. I might even take off a little earlier. There's a few things I want to do, including spruce this up a little bit. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, listen, I'm just going to put myself on mute. There's really nothing more I want to say. I'll hang around for another 10 minutes, but if you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic. I'm just kind of waiting on the INSP. sorry, the ISPO in case it has a late day move. All right, guys, get ready. So yeah, this is the go no go chart right here, right there at that 847 mark would have been an opportunity to buy it. Now you would have had I'm sorry, right there on that one. I'm sorry, on that one. That's when it really see when the volume came in. It was all about the volume right here. Now, admittedly, it got up to 870. I don't know what it's going to do now. I've carved some out, okay, guys. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to be able to hold on, and I might, but you see what it wasn't so much it was all about the volume. Look at the volume that came in. See that volume bar right there? That's what caused it to pop through that 847 mark. Now, I wished it had kept going, but it might still do it, but I don't know. See, look at the difference over here on these bars on the volume. No volume. All of a sudden, volume just poured in here. I say that's a winner, guys. I mean, you're gonna have to figure out how you're gonna take some profit and all that, but I mean, that just popped through nine. It may keep going, but I mean, and the volume is still good. Look at the volume bars. Look at these. Look at the. That's the 2 o'clock, 2 to 2:15 volume, and that's the 2:15 to 2:30. 15-minute candles, right? Well, compare them. You got to see these equivalently sized bars, you've got to go back to 1242. You got to go back over here. Now these are 3 minute. I'm sorry, these are 3 minute candles. I forgot. They are 3 minute candles. But on a 15-minute chart, look at the 15-minute chart. You can see that there it is. There's the distinction. And you saw my first alert price was at 847. Your charts are slow, really? I'm just trying to. All I'm doing is I'm just looking at IB's real-time price versus our charts. Right now, everything seems to be the same. Now, granted, on a stock that pops 30 cents, sorry, 30 cents in 2 seconds, it's very possible there's going to be a little bit of a lag, but all I'm doing is I'm just watching my time in sales. pretty good. I mean, I'm just looking here, 67, 72, 67, 75, 75. I mean, it's pretty good. You shouldn't, I like, certainly not to the detriment of my trading it, at least for me. I mean, listen, if it can crash through 9 again, and then here's your high of the day, 932, you never know. All right, guys. Was waiting to see. Come on, 9, 9, 9, 9. Okay, guys, if there are no more questions, really, first time, interesting. I used to really be and complain about our our charts, but not anymore. Our charts seem to be very very fast. Level 2 is from your broker, Bob. Okay. Now, yeah, level 2, or well, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I don't know who your broker is, and welcome, by the way. I don't know who your broker is, but this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So this is what I use. I don't really pay that much attention to, the size of the bid ask and all that, but some do. I don't know. Yeah, TradeStation, no idea how. I mean, TradeStation has it for sure. We don't supply it as a company. You are welcome. All right, guys. Again, any other questions? I'll stick around. If there are questions, I will stick around. Excellent, Bob. Glad to see you love it so far. Well, keep coming into the room. The room's open between 9 a.m. and 4 o'clock. I just take off a little bit early, take off around now, but the room is open until 4 o'clock. Okay. William does keep it open. Nobody on the mic, nobody's screen sharing, but you guys can still converse amongst yourselves. But I'm on the mic at 9 a.m. every morning. But the room actually is open. I know it gets a little confusing. The room is open no later than 8 o'clock, all times Eastern, of course. Usually it's open a little bit earlier. I just don't get on the mic until 9 a.m. Too bad. Looks like that's it for ISPO. 10B. Let's see, what is 10B? Cybersecurity? I don't know. Let's take a look. Security software solutions, cyber exposure. Looks like it. I mean, if we can believe our business summary. Yeah. Discipline for managing and measuring cybersecurity risk in the digital era. Okay. So it is a cybersecurity company. Yes. Oh, okay. Well, you had a little question mark afterwards, so I wasn't sure if that was a question. I think you just wanted to get it in blue. Okay. Okay, guys. That's it. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. So before I do leave, though, for our YouTubers, because I do have to shut you guys down completely, but I will put the link in, or my homepage link. You click on my homepage link. And at the very top here, trading room. Okay. So if you click on trading room, that'll get you into the main room. Okay. All right, guys. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. We'll see you tomorrow. Again, I'll be on the mic at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now, YouTubers, I bid you adieu.